the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Tommy Fleetwood entered the final round of the PGA's Tour Championship with a share of the lead and a whole lot of baggage. The 34-year-old had the most top 10 finishes on the PGA Tour without a win. On Sunday at Eastlake Golf Club, Fleetwood fired a 68 to finish 18 under and hoist the FedEx Cup Championship and its $10 million prize. On the diamond, Cal Raleigh hit his 48th and 49th home runs of the season Sunday for the Mariners, breaking Salvador Perez's record for the most in a single season by a catcher. Seattle beat the A's 11-4. And top-seeded Americans Taylor Fritz and Ben Shelton both opened with straight-set wins at the U.S. Open. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
This is how he should make his return. I would love to see him return and do this like on a weekly basis. Now, would ESPN do that? I don't know. The response to this has been great. You know, he's got the Rich Eisen show, which is coming up in September. All that being said, this is what we mean when we say ESPN needs to get back to what they were doing well, which was sports and highlights. But I think the social media aspect of it and the clips take away what we remember, which is you'd wake up in the summer and you'd watch that on repeat like 4 times. It would just be on TV. Those days are gone. There's a vibe to it that I think is taken out of your average Sports Center show now, unless it's Scott Van Pelt, where it's just, you don't know the anchor that well. It's just a talking head. It could be AI for all we know. This is a throwback that was needed.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you!
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Joe Concha.
What's on your mind?
Is Cracker Barrel cracking up? Hi, everyone. What is with these companies that feel they have to rebrand themselves in the name of wokeness, I guess? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But sure enough, Cracker Barrel, which has been around basically forever, is going to now change their logo where they've gone from country, which everyone loved, to just corporate, basically. A plain old Cracker Barrel, 2 words, that's it, no logo. What are you people doing? I mean, this is like messing with the Nike swoosh or the McDonald's arches or the Starbucks logo. Pick and choose your iconic logos, and they're doing this for, again, we have no idea why. This is, in fact, a crime against humanity. In fact, the death penalty should be at least considered for whoever okayed this decision. All right, maybe I'm going a little bit too far. But the bottom line is, again, ain't broke, don't fix it. Just ask New Coke and the geniuses back in 1984 why they changed Coca-Cola, iconic, to something like New Coke, because I guess they wanted to taste more like Pepsi, which made no sense. And by the way, whoever's in charge of the Redskins, yes, the Redskins, that's who they are. Go back to those iconic uniforms, that iconic team, instead of this Commanders thing that we have going down in Washington right now, or forever, you will never win another Super Bowl again due to karma. I'm Joe Concha.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
IBM and the United States Tennis Association are unveiling a...
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. TikTok is not going away anytime soon. Just last week, the White House opened a TikTok account, and President Trump now says that worries about national security and user privacy related to TikTok and its Chinese owner are highly overrated, and that he'll keep extending the deadline to ban this service, which was approved by Congress, until a U.S. buyer is found. The next deadline is mid-September. Wall Street will be watching the latest earnings from AI chipmaker NVIDIA coming out Wednesday, seen as a bellwether for the artificial intelligence industry. Tesla has a new way to boost sales of its six-figure Cybertruck. Barron's reporting it's now offering a Lux package that includes full self-driving technology, 4-year wheel and tire protection, and free access to supercharging. And the popular singer The Weeknd is in talks to make about $1 billion by selling off the master recordings and music publishing rights to his songs. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is 6:01 on this Monday morning. Mike Opelka with you. I'm in for Nick Kayal today, tomorrow, and God willing, Wednesday. And I'm coming to you from the long grass of Delaware, as you could see. Couldn't get in the studio today. Maybe by Wednesday. I'm sorry to announce that, but I'm so honored, so thrilled, so happy to be back here. You know, today is National Banana Split Day, and it's National Whiskey Sour Day, which, if anyone's wondering, that's Nick Kayal's diet for the rest of the week while he's on vacation.
Oh, no.
Is that wrong, Dawn? Is that terrible?
It's a sin, Michael.
I can't believe.
Good to have you here.
I am so excited. I barely slept last night, Dawn. I said, I get to work with Dawn Stensland. How lucky am I?
Right. I'm sure that's what he was thinking.
That's honestly, well, I was nervous because I'm like, should I shave? And then I was too sleepy to shave. And so I'm here.
Wait.
Unshaven. And
that's what you look like, unshaven?
Yeah, well, this is unshaven for like 6 hours.
Oh, gotcha.
I didn't stray as far from the apes as everybody else, Dan. So, you know, if I let this go like a month, I'm all hair and glasses. I know that's. I'm delaying.
You should do it.
Everyone's going. No. I look like the Zigzag Man. For those of you that don't know, Dawn, you would know what the Zigzag Man is.
I have no idea what the Zigzag Man is. Sorry.
Really? Honest
Zigzag?
to God?
The Zigzag Man?
I know what the Zigzag Man is.
Dan knows, and I guarantee
I don't want to say I know what the Zigzag Man is.
I guarantee you
Why
Phil
do you
knows.
know what the Zigzag Man is?
Do I know?
Yeah. Why do you know?
Dan, I smoked your weight in college.
All right.
I know, and I inhaled.
As we have the grass behind Mike Opelka, we started off talking about zigzags. There we go.
Ooh, yes. The Zigzag Man, Dawn, he's the guy on the cover of the Rolling Papers package.
Okay.
Yes.
If you put it in,
I had no idea.
This is why you want your teens and college age students to work, because when you work, you're not rolling anything.
Oh, I was working.
The bed.
Dawn, I was working in the photo lab, and I was rolling film for people.
Oh, I bet you got stories about that photo lab there, Mike.
Well, it's a different show.
Yeah.
But I don't want to delay the start of the show. It's already 6:03, and it's a Monday morning, and it's been a very busy weekend, and I'm sure a very interesting travel weekend from Dawn that we'll get into a bit later. Is it time for some news with the great Dawn Stensland?
Good morning. First edition of news. Yeah, we'll talk about all of it, but we do have the breaking news this morning. We have a 5-alarm fire in the Tacony section of Philadelphia. A lot of 5-alarm, when you hear that, we have a 5-alarm fire. What does that mean? It means that with every alarm, they're calling in more apparatus. So it means that this is a very big fire and that they've not yet got it under control. So that's what's going on in the Northeast. So there are traffic delays, streets blocked off in the Tacony section of Philadelphia. So a heads up on that one. I think the big story that is making some national news, and that is what's going on in Philadelphia, not because it's the first day of school for Philadelphia school children, but it's also the first phase of major service reductions for SEPTA. So this is the first Monday morning. They officially went into effect. They were announced yesterday, but this severely affects bus service. Why? Because SEPTA has a $213 million deficit this fiscal year for the transit agency in Philadelphia. In other words, they're losing money. $213 million worth. That's their budget deficit. So SEPTA officials have been warning about this, saying that they would have to put forth these cuts. What does that mean for Philadelphia school children who, unlike kids in the suburbs, so a lot of kids across the country and public school kids, by the way, if you're in private school, you still pay for the bus service, right? So even if you're in private school, you should still be able to take a bus, which in the suburbs, they all get pretty much door-to-door service with the little yellow buses, but not in Philadelphia. For middle school, junior high school age, and high school students do not have that yellow bus in the city of Philadelphia. Why? Because they are forced to ride SEPTA, because they are those customers that basically you can count on, right? They have to ride the bus to get to school. So what does this mean? 20% cuts in services, elimination of 32 bus routes, and what we're being told, significant reductions in trips on rail modes. That is to come. They haven't cut the rails yet. So this is mostly a bus service cut today. Superintendent of schools in Philadelphia urging parents over the weekend, make a plan to get to school this Monday morning, first day of school. And this as SEPTA cuts 20% of bus service that's across our region, dozens of canceled routes. And so they're estimating 52,000 public school children relying on SEPTA to get to school. That does not count all of the private school kids who should also have access to these buses as well because their parents pay for it. And I'm one of those parents. All these years, my kids went to Catholic school, but we still were paying, obviously, for that bus service. A lot of people don't report on that. So this is really about a budget deficit, $213 million budget deficit. And it's really about the fact that we still, this is the third year in a row, we are very late with Governor Josh Shapiro, the legislature coming together. Before I went on vacation, and that was week before last, we had Dan Borowski had booked a lot of different Republicans, right, in the Senate, and they had said, hey, guess what? We found this ironically named emergency transit bill or transit account like a kitty, like a woman's, I call it the cash cookie jar. Every woman has cash that, your man doesn't know about, or at least I do. And so
Can you say more?
Never, because Larry Bear could be listing, the husband could be listing. And so that's basically the analogy I'll use as far as Republicans find this kitty, I'll say, this rainy day fund of about $2 billion with a B dollars called a transit fund for rainy days, for emergencies. And they said, perfect. While we hash out the budget and figure this out, we'll just implement that emergency multi-billion-dollar budget that basically you guys are saying, because the Democrats said, oh, no, that's earmarked for something else. Really? What? Remember this, Dan? We talked about it. What is it for? Nobody can tell us what it's for. It's a rainy day fund, Mike Opelka. And so why not just implement that? It's curious to me that this morning, all you're hearing about a crisis with the cuts and how will the children get to school, no one's mentioning this emergency fund that right now, boom, everybody could have a bus. How come?
You get a bus, and you get a bus, and you get a... Yeah, why not? I think Guy Shiraki wrote about this, too, as well. And weren't there some considerations into service cuts to the sports facilities that would affect some of the fans going to the game? So were they prioritizing fans over kids?
Oh, perhaps. I mean, yesterday, I know that they were reporting that, for example, the cuts, because it officially takes place today, so I don't think it affected anything until today. But yeah, all of these are new, in my opinion, my humble opinion, are news narratives that you're hearing. Oh, they're prioritizing the sports fans. They're prioritizing this, that, the other. What I think nobody's talking about, number one, is the multi-billion-dollar emergency transit rainy day fund that could be helping all the kids and all the workers get to where they need to go, number one. And number two, nobody's really highlighting the fact that SEPTA has a huge deficit they're running on. Why not Doge SEPTA? Well, why is it so inefficient? And it would appear that the bus service end of this is the most inefficient. So I think the rails appear, if you listen to the experts, much more efficient.
How much did we spend on those electric buses that burned?
Well, that's another good question. That, remember, during the previous administration, they allotted all of that money for electric school buses. Now, to my knowledge, Philadelphia was not going to get any of those anyway, but that's a great point, Mike. If we knew that we were going to have a $213 million deficit, which we've been running on, why not, plug up that hole first rather than EV buses?
Well, I like the idea of prioritizing, as Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats do, the children. Yeah. I think if we put this front and center on this is affecting kids, maybe you'll get a little more traction on the emergency fund. I still think we need to put a little pin in this topic, Dawn, because I want to know how much is in the Dawn Stensland emergency fund.
Oh.
At what point do you deploy it?
See, I slipped on that one, but no.
I don't miss a thing, Dawn. Don't forget.
When you mention the moolah. Speaking of the moolah.
For the children.
For the children. So, by the way, just in the nick of time, Philadelphia school teachers, PFT, they have reached and they've announced that they are pleased to announce that they've reached a tentative 3-year contract deal that both honors the hard work of our educators and maintains the record of strong financial stewardship that also from the superintendent, Tony B. Watlington of, Dr. Tony Watlington, as he's announcing this. So they reached a deal right just in the nick of time before the school year starts today. So hopefully the kids are able to get to school somehow, but the teachers will be there. So they averted a strike. Strike averted. So we got that going on.
You could have bet on this, right? We could have put money down on when this will end. And you would have like a 3-hour window, and you could have said, 3 hours before the school day starts, the school year starts. It's so frustrating, and we all know it. So can we stop kidding ourselves? Nobody negotiate. Just call me the day before, and we'll settle it.
Yeah. You know what? As Dan Borowski knows, I've been watching The Wire, which somehow I never watched that series in my life until now.
Yeah, which is crazy.
I'm with you.
What? Wait, you've never seen it either, Mike?
No.
Oh.
See, I always, because of my news my news schedule, I just never, I don't know. I never had the chance. I know there's the theme song to it. I'm watching it with my sons, with my son Michael in particular. And so everything, if you watch The Wire, it's about The Wire. So in this latest story, the headline would be that the schools are getting all the money and, the cops and in this case, the bus service gets, jilted. It's just like The Wire.
Is this the theme from The Wire that I never saw?
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed, Mike. You've never seen The Wire. But
never seen The Wire, never seen The Sopranos, never seen an episode of Friends.
Wow.
I don't mean to get so worked up early in the morning, Dawn, but you're really goading me on over here because I'm so frustrated with the city's corruption, lack of... Like we hear often, and this is what we hear over and over again, that the money is not going to schools. The schools need more money. There's not enough money for teachers. Classrooms are going without air conditioning. And then you hear the misuses of funds, and you see something like SEPTA with the buses. And I over and over again, as you say, it's like out of The Wire. You just have the misusage of funds here in the city. And I don't know what the hell we're doing where we let this happen. And Mike, I don't mean to preview a show coming up, but on the Dawn Stensland show, we are trying pretty hard to get a Tracy Pennycook on or something, because there's movement in the State House to address this issues with SEPTA that need to really need addressing.
Promote the Dawn Stensland show all you want. I happen to have been on it last week. It's a fine show, but I know some of the people that even the guest hosts are fun. Is there not a giant cache of money still sitting around from a giant cache of cash still sitting around from COVID that was supposed to go to all the schools for air and heat?
That.
On what, though?
Who knows?
Like, that's the thing that kills me is, Mike, there was tons of money that was diverted to schools.
Billions.
Billions. What's the budget of Philadelphia schools, Don? Do you have it offhand? It's like nuts. 1-6 schools.
It's monopoly money.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Well, more importantly, what
$4.6 billion for fiscal
test
year
scores?
25, 26, exactly.
What are we spending per student? What are the test scores? And if the test scores are like they are in Baltimore and Chicago and nobody's passing math at any grade level that's measurable, why don't we just close the schools and make them rec centers, or let them teach welding, plumbing, and electricians and car maintenance? And at least we know people will have jobs when they get out of school.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I hate to trash a charity.
Uh-oh.
Here we go, early in the morning. TDs for ACs. Jalen Hurts' charity that he has, whenever he scores touchdowns, raising money for air conditioning units, shouldn't exist. We have money in Philadelphia. Where the hell's this money going, Dawn? I don't know that. It could be retrofitted for HVAC systems, I would think. Or, what's happening is they have these old crappy buildings that they keep adding in these, that they can't retrofit it for new HVAC systems because it's just impossible to essentially reconstruct what they've got. So rather than building new or building fresh, they keep investing money in crap that fails years later. And it's, sorry, I don't mean to...
I'm more interested in getting my hands on one of these free air conditioners. Could we talk to Jalen Hurts and see if I get on that list of TD, AC from JD, whoever was giving them?
Let me hand to heart. It's a great initiative. It really is, because these kids do need air conditioning. But what I'm trying to say is it's not his responsibility. It's the budget's responsibility. And where the hell is this money going?
By the way, Eagles Jets. Sorry, Phil Almquist. I was going to say, oh, did you hear that the Jets beat the Eagles in Phil Almquist dreams?
Ooh, ouch.
I know. Sorry, I couldn't help it. 1917.
But this is preseason, right?
Oh, snap.
This is still preseason, right? We don't get till September. It doesn't count.
Every game counts.
No, it doesn't.
There are no matinees.
Dawn, this is practice.
Football or news?
No, you shouldn't bet on preseason football. This is a giant joke. It's a scam, people. I don't watch preseason football.
What do you mean you shouldn't bet on preseason football? You can bet on everything.
Crazy?
It's 2025, Mike.
You could bet on butter pats sliding down the wall in the cafeteria in high school. That doesn't mean it's legit.
Well, okay, so you're not saying you
can't.
You're saying you shouldn't. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying preseason football is not competitive. You want to see sports? Watch golf and tennis. That's what was and Little League baseball.
All right, so we have a lot to talk about today. I want to give you the forecast really quick. Did I have a sponsor this morning? Because I don't have a sponsor.
You
right
do,
here.
but not this hour, I don't think.
Good. All right, so
not till 8.
Monday morning, unfortunately, chance for a morning thunder shower. Turning brighter, though, and breezy by the afternoon, a high of 85 degrees. If you're down the shore, the rip current risk is still high, so be safe on the beach. Remember, wherever you are on the beach, whether it's Delaware. Do they have the flags in Delaware? I forget. I'm saying fly between swim between the. So I just thought of that. So, make sure the flags are green.
Foreign land
and
of
you
Delaware.
That you swim in between them. And that you're not swimming near red flags because that
There's
means
monsters under the water, Dawn. We stay out of the water. There's all kinds of monsters.
And that's what you just tell children. You go, see the red flag? That's where the monsters are.
Yeah.
Stay over here.
David, who just went off to college, still won't go in the water because he's
my baby.
Real quick, Arthur's firing me up over on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. Dan, don't forget the lie about the usage of the sugar tax, Dawn. The soda tax, all the money's supposed to go into the schools. You kidding me? Where's that gone?
I have no idea. We don't know where the money goes. Where's Elon?
Well, he's back. He's back with the Trumps. Did you see? He was back at dinner with the Trump. Look how happy Melania was.
I know.
In that photo. Welcome back, Elon. It's good. Donald loves to have you back. Thank you.
Yes.
That was so good.
Oh, we got the battling Melania impressions today.
I know.
I defer to Dawn's. I should never.
As I described it, Dawn, Mike sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger playing Mrs. Doubtfire when he plays the Melania Trump.
That would be very funny. Arnold and Mrs. Doubtfire, too. We should do that.
Oh, no, believe me. There's so much. I haven't been able to talk about Trump report on him for a week. So it's all spent up. And I get to talk about Angamoron, which is like a beautiful thing.
Don't call me that.
Oh, no, that's a certain judge. Remember Judge Angamoron?
Angamoron.
Angamoron.
Angamoron and Harry Enton are two of my favorite names of 2025. Because Angamoron just lends itself to mocking the judge.
Yes.
And Harry Enton sounds like a condition that you get at CNN. How you doing? Oh, I got the Harry Enton.
Oh, the Harry.
It's not good.
The Harry Enton. Well, this is your news. Non-sponsored this 6 a.m. hour, but this is your news.
It is your news, and it is the vacation edition of Kayal and Company. No, Kayal, just the company. Thank God Dawn is here. Stocker's in some kind of, I think it's a court-ordered anger management program. It was either court or HR corporate. I can't read. The memo
Mike, that was
smudged.
not supposed to make it on air, man. Come on.
Oh, wait. I didn't read to the bottom of the page.
Can we check our work, please?
See? Exactly.
Know your load.
Making my point for me. Yes, Greg Sucker, Stocks.com. Yeah, absolutely.
Stop it! Stop it!
I'm sorry. This is really what he needed. He's getting the care he needs. Thank God the company has great benefits.
Man. Awesome. Great.
What I would like to do today is also make sure we smash the record for likes on the YouTube channel.
Yes.
And I hope we can do that. So let's beat that today. And later on today, Dawn, I want to debut a segment that I think I aired it on your show last week. Dan, you were here. And let me give you the introduction to it. Maybe you'll like it. And if you like it, we'll do it a little bit later.
Do you know who I am?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is playing.
Oh.
No, it's not.
It's not.
No.
I'll have to send it to Dan. Why don't we take a break? It is 6:21. It's Kayal and Company.
If you're on the radio and this time, you're my enemy.
Here I am. I think that was said about me.
Was it actually?
No.
I think that was, because remember we talked about me being in Florida?
Go away!
There it is. He is on the day one of a corporate mandated 14-day anger management program, and I hope it includes detox. So we'll see what happens. It's Michael. I may be off the show by the end of this break. It's Mike Opelka for Nick Kayal and Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, VPN. But as much as you try to be in control of how your information is protected, there's lots of places that also have it. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every single second for identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock specialist is going to help solve the identity theft issues, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% off your first year with a promo code Beck at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join us for prizes and surprises on Fan Appreciation Day, Sunday, September 28th at 3:05 when the Phils host the Twins. All fans receive a 2026 schedule magnet presented by Prego. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. When the sun goes down, the rivalry heats up. Don't miss another City Connect Friday on August 29th at 6:45 when the Atlanta Braves come to town to face the Phils. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. It's 9/13 while supplies last.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company. From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is 6:26 on a Monday morning. Happy Monday to you. Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal, Kayal and Company. Don Stensland here. Dan Borowski here. Phil Almquist is here. Missing, as I said. Nick Kayal. And, of course, Greg Stocker. The part of the angry... I just never know when the Stalker 3000 is going to step in. It's just... It's a bot that is embedded into the station computer. So God help us. It may take over. And as I've said, and I know I'm letting out corporate secrets, Stocker is in a program. Let's just say he's in a program right now.
What is in your background? It looks like an edition of Honey, I Shrunk the Host. And there's like a giant grasshopper that's going to... Are you in... the grass, or what is your background, Opelka?
What's going on there, Mike?
Dawn, did you ever see Steve Martin in his heyday in the 70s when he was doing Let's Get Small?
No, I don't remember this. He just had a birthday, didn't he? Or something? Steve Martin
every year.
Well, no, I mean like a big birthday or a bad
probably. He's got to be like 80.
Every year. What a dad joke.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Da-dum-bum-bum.
80 years old, yeah. Dawn.
Just turned 80.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Father of the bride. My husband loves, you and Larry love Steve Martin.
Only Murders in the Building.
You like it?
Unbelievably good.
I fell off after the second season or so.
The third season was a comeback, so
was it?
Don't give up.
Okay.
I still, and this may be one of those questions that we could ask the audience, 855-839-1210. Since there's no big take, you're always wondering, what is the greatest single TV series ever? All these people say The Sopranos, and I'm not a fan. I worked with the Sopranos type people, so I'm never going to vote for The Sopranos.
Are you saying you're in the mob?
Sorry?
Did you just say that you're in the mob?
No, I worked with those type of people. Dan, there is no mob. And if there were, I'm sure they'd be great people. I'm just saying, if you're listening out there and you know someone, I'm sure they're fine people. And not on both sides. Anyway, what is the single greatest TV series ever? Anyway, Dawn, you're kind of giving love to
I'm
The
waiting
Wire.
for Dawn's answer because I want to see what she says.
Well, I don't consider Game of Thrones or even HBO shows. Is that really a TV series?
Yeah.
Because it was HBO. It was, you had to pay extra. So
Dawn, that's a
I would
slogan.
differentiate.
It's just a slogan. They say it's not TV, it's HBO. It's on the TV.
I disagree with the because then we got to classify. If you think about it, Dawn,
you have to classify.
Well, no, I disagree because then we'd have to disinclude everything on Netflix or Hulu because that would all be streaming shows rather than TV shows, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but HBO was a premium that you had to pay, so that's why a lot of people didn't see it on Sunday nights.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it because I didn't the dragon thing. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not. We don't have flying dragons.
The dragons, first of all, were not right away. It was the one Arya, who's the one youngest daughter, was interviewed, and I can't get this out of my head. And her name is, isn't her name Maisie?
Are you on The Sopranos now?
Yeah, that's Maisie. That's
Game of Thrones.
Sorry, she really got me excited there.
So, Game of Thrones, as far as love Maisie Williams. So I love Game of Thrones. I'm rewatching everything now with my sons because they're, you know what I mean, like. They never saw this stuff.
I didn't take you as like a fantasy kind of person. You like Lord of the Rings and that kind of stuff
Yes,
too?
love it.
Wow.
Love it.
Mike, you?
Well, first of all, I see Dawn as a fantasy kind of person, but that's a discussion for a different day.
Fantasy. I love
different
dragons.
time.
But if you listen to the theme song of Game of Thrones, Maisie, who plays the youngest daughter, she put words to it, death and boobies, death and boobies. And so even if you don't like dragons, there are more boobs than dragons.
But there's also a lot of wieners.
Okay, and butts. So we need to rewrite the song.
It's boobs, equality. Yes. Wieners, and butts.
And dragons.
Maybe that should be the warning at the top when the show's starting.
What kind of show? Boobs, wieners, and butts.
And death.
Wait, no, hold on. Let me take out the wieners out of that situation.
What's the BWB index on this show? That's what we need to put in at the end, at the start of every show, where they used to have a warning: nudity, violence, language. Just a BWB, and they put an index level. Yeah. How many boobs, wieners, and butts? And in terms of boobs, if you've seen one, you've seen them both usually. So do we just count?
No, I disagree with that.
I really disagree. Yeah. You haven't seen many.
Yeah, Mike, what are you talking about?
You haven't watched.
Have you only seen like 3 butts and boobs in your life?
He has not. He has never watched Game of Thrones. Really?
Was there just one hanging out? Is it like a filling station? You're just
Peter Dinklage's.
YouTube going crazy right now. YouTube.com/@12WPH with suggestions. Road Warrior. I thought you'd take that one. Road Warrior's off, Dawn, being The Wire. I love The Wire. Yeah. Justified by Tony. Becca, your guys' thoughts. Has this really fallen because the quality of television? MASH. Does MASH still be considered in the top 3 of all-time television series, do you guys think?
Well, my series would be disqualified based on Dawn's rules, which I'm pushing aside. But I believe the series Afterlife from Ricky Gervais is the finest television written. 2 seasons of it. Yeah. I think it's
dreary and
it's powerful and hilarious and maybe the smartest sitcom that's not a comedy ever written. Just telling you.
Afterlife is a story of Tony, who had an all too perfect life. But after his wife Lisa suddenly dies, dun dun dun, you find out about the afterlife. Never saw it.
It is worth your time, Dawn. There's only 12 episodes. They're about 30 minutes each, and it is really well written and better acted. And it is the most overlooked, I believe.
That's a great tip.
Well,
check it out.
And in exchange, I will actually watch or try to watch an episode of The Wire.
What? It's not like a fair exchange there.
You're right. Afterlife is so much better.
I don't know.
Anyway, we were talking about the preseason football stuff that's going on, the practice that people actually bet on, which I don't understand why that's allowed to happen. And I wonder, Dawn, do they have preseason cheerleaders on the field? Do you know?
I'm looking it up.
I think they did. I actually went to the Eagles game a couple of weeks ago. And
how was it?
It's pretty boring, but pretty awesome. Like we sat in one of those luxury boxes on like the 45-yard line, and it was fully catered, so with full drinks. So that part was nice. But
Mr. Hoo-Ha, good for you.
Are so dang boring. It's really hard to watch any of these preseason games. But yeah, I believe the cheerleaders are all doing the same thing. They're preparing for the season. They got to do their practices too, and this is a great opportunity to get out there in front of the fans.
I wonder if they have two-a-days and camp and stuff like that. I ask that because
I'm sure they do.
I don't care about the men as cheerleaders, and Dan knows this. Dawn, you may not. I was a former cheerleader in high school. I was a member of the cheer squad for my high school. And it's mostly because that's the only way you got to, in high school, put your hands on a girl and lift her up and all that stuff. It's kind of creepy, I know. But, you're 15, 16 years old. You're not getting any action anywhere, especially if you're a fat kid with glasses. So I don't care.
I'm looking at the pictures of the Eagles cheerleaders, and there is a gentleman, James Brian Garfinkel. He's an African-American gentleman. Now, they don't wear... The male cheerleaders, they wear kind of like longer black pants, black polo shirt. I think they're good. I don't mind the guys as long as they're not taking a woman's job.
I do.
I don't mind the guys.
I don't care. How many times do we actually, since the Dallas Cowgirls cheerleaders years and years and years ago, how many times do we actually pay attention to the cheerleaders? Really? Seriously?
Well, there are two. Is that right? Oh, no, Alex is his name. So there are two. There's Alex, and then there's another guy. So we have two now.
There are only 12 teams in the league that have male cheerleaders. There were 7 last year. The league didn't suffer any real letdown. The thing that bothers me the most are the social justice messages in the end zone, and they talked about it last week on the show. But did you know, Dawn Stenslin, that in 1998, the Bud Light Company actually predicted the male cheerleader phenomenon? Did you know that, Dawn? Were you aware?
I was not aware.
Well, if people are watching on the YouTube channel, they should be able to see it, and listening to it on the radio, you can hear it now.
Today we salute you, Mr. Male Football Cheerleader.
Mr. Male Football Cheerleader.
Real men don't just play smash mouth football. Real men turn cartwheels and somersaults on the sidelines, tucked safely away from the action.
Don't touch me now.
4th down and inches. The game's on the line. It all comes down to you. Will you call for a perky pyramid or a peppy line dance?
Get on my shoulders.
Knock 'em back, all the way to Hackensack. So grab an ice-cold Bud Light, Mr. Male Football Cheerleader. You may never score a touchdown, but you're peppy. That's gotta count for something.
Mr. Male Football Cheerleader.
Bud Light beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Better than the Simpsons predictions, I think. That's pretty amazing.
That was awesome.
Yeah, how can you? And that guy, the lead singer, I think he was the lead singer in Survivor.
Dave Bickler.
The guy that sang "Eye of the Tiger."
Mm-hmm.
He did all those, that whole series of ads. And we used him when we made the Real Men of Genius commercials that mocked the Democrats last year. We may have to pull those out because they're such great hits. At least I thought they were, but what do I know? So the issue on the male cheerleaders, I don't care. But take the social justice stuff out of the end zones. We really don't need lectures from the NFL, especially when we look at the criminal records of some of the players. You look at the rap sheets on each team. And I say that knowing my Chicago White Sox our Chicago Bears were among the worst in the last decade or two.
Bryn Mawr Builders YouTube has a good question, Mike. That
yeah.
I think I can answer if you guys want. But Bryn Mawr Builders says, why is it no big deal to have male cheerleaders in college football, but when they get to the NFL, it becomes such a big idea?
Excellent point. Doesn't matter. And well,
I think there is a difference.
I do too.
Is there?
Because I will say this, because Mike Opelka, when you talked about it, there are in college, it's competitive. And so the guy cheerleaders are the stronger ones who can flip around, the gymnast. And they're extremely athletic, and you need the strength. And so that combination of strength and usually an incredibly petite gymnastic type young lady, and those are the cheerleaders that win the awards. It's, by the way, pretty dangerous because you're being flipped up in the air.
Yeah.
And, you know what I mean? It's actually I have a girlfriend, her daughter got multiple concussions because sometimes you get flipped up in the air and you end up hitting your head in practice or whatever, but it's incredible, as you know, because that's what you did, right?
Yeah, Mike, you weren't twerking. You were lifting people over your head, weren't you?
Yeah, I had to lift Chris Ann Westberg.
Well, Chris Ann West.
Yeah.
I still remember
Chris Ann.
I'll never forget her. She was my first.
Dan, don't
first
speak
what,
for him.
there, Mike?
He might
My
have
first
twerked.
cheerleading lift.
Oh,
That's all.
okay. Yeah.
No, God, no. God, she
never
would deny
twerked.
it too.
Sorry, Don, what were you saying?
Well, Dan Borowski, you said he never twerked, but you don't. Let's ask the question.
Mm-hmm.
You can't speak for him. Are you the official Opelka spokesperson?
If I were to have a
Dan?
press person, it would be Dan Borowski. if I win the lottery.
Don, I think if you go youtube.com/@12nwpht and take a look at Michael Pelka sitting in his field of grass, you can confidently say the man has never twerked in his life.
I tried once, and I was out of golf for 2 weeks.
Mike, do it
That's all I
again.
can
Show
tell
us
you.
right now. Stand up. We're on video. You can do a twerk.
I can't. I'm not wearing pants. The name of my radio company is Underwear and Socks Radio. That's because I'm remotely at home, and I could just show you from here up. It's a simple process. It's not for family viewing, so we're going to leave it there. No, there was no twerking. I had a producer when I worked at WILM who could twerk, and she was really proud of it. And I said, that's not appropriate.
Yeah, Mike, let's get going. Yeah.
Yeah, make it rain,
Yeah,
people.
baby.
Make it rain. If Dawn makes it rain, I'll twerk.
Wait, we're not giving money for this. I'm not paying money to see Michael Pelka twerk.
I thought they did. I thought that's how. I don't understand. We better take a break. Is it break time, Dan?
It is. It is.
We have so much more to get to. The U.S. Open started last night. And
Are we going to have a Riley Opelka appearance?
Ooh.
Well, Riley's playing tonight, Dawn.
Oh.
He will be on the court probably around 9 o'clock, which is why I won't be in attendance. I saw him play last Tuesday against Venus Williams in the mixed doubles competition. But he's playing against the number 2 player in the world, a guy named Carlos Alcaraz.
Ooh.
And a lot of people are saying Riley must be upset. But word at Wimbledon is Alcaraz is the guy who's nervous.
He's very nervous.
Think that's it. But Riley's name was invoked in a viral moment that happened on the court last night with a former number 1 player, Daniil Medvedev, who lost his mind in the middle of the match. And we have it for you. It was kind of a surprise. It was like 10:45 last night. I was trying to go to sleep, but I couldn't turn this off.
What are you doing watching?
I know. I was watching tennis. I'm addicted. But we'll take a break. We'll explain after the break. 6:42, Opelka in for Kayal. Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You know what we should do? Let me give another idea for programming and promotions and sales. We'll call the event Dunking on the DA. It's for city-only residents that have had it in the city of Philadelphia with Larry Krasner. It'll be a night out hosted by the two greatest Krasner haters, Dom Giordano and Tony Bruno. They'll talk about Larry Krasner and they'll debate sauce versus gravy. It'll be an unbelievable night.
I love it.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3 designed for ultimate exploration, the X5 with effortless precision and performance, or the X7 where comfort meets a commanding presence. All proudly assembled in BMW's largest plant worldwide in Spartanburg, South Carolina. For those who demand more from every mile, BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Westchester on Route 202 for a personalized test drive today.
The working families of La-Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back-to-school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. It's 9/13 while supplies last.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house, they transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It is 6:49 on a Monday morning. Kayal and Company, no Kayal, just Mike Opelka, Dawn Stensland, Dan Borowski, and Phil Almquist here. And you, thank you, like over 320 of you in the YouTube channel, but an anemic 30-something smashing the like button. What are you waiting for? Dawn's back. At least like it for Dawn. You might be one of the thumbs down it for me and my follically challenged head. But like it because Dawn is back. Come on, people.
Maybe they don't like it.
What?
What?
I said maybe they don't like it.
Like what? You? Or Mike?
They obviously don't like something. Maybe somebody should bring back his college day twerk.
I see where it is.
If we get to 300,
oh no!
No, there's no way in hell.
No, Mike. No, you can't. You can't start the sentence then back down.
Come on.
Really?
Yes. 300 likes. What happens?
Dawn will twerk.
No.
I like that Dan said no before Dawn said no. That's my favorite. To all of you in the YouTube chat room, thank you for all the interesting comments this morning. Yeah, we will get to politics. There's a lot to talk about. I have the president's schedule today, and we will get to it. There are a whole bunch of things on Donald Trump's schedule, including signing a couple of executive orders from the Oval as Dawn is starting her show at 10 a.m.
Yes.
So we will maybe give you a preview of that, so you have to stay tuned for that. But let's face it. It's the end of summer. Baseball is coming to playoffs. Little League Series, World Series is happening. It's incredible. We've got football season just around the corner, and tennis is happening. And golf. We had the FedEx Cup Championship yesterday, and tennis is here in America. One of the 4 biggest tennis tournaments in the world, the U.S. Open. And My nephew's playing tonight at probably 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night, and I had committed to do the show, so I won't be able to go, Dawn. I'm not going to pull an all-nighter.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. So I had to give up my ticket. There will be 10 Opelkas in the crowd screaming.
Who got the ticket?
Pardon me?
Who got the ticket?
One of my nephews. One of my brother's kids.
Low energy. Look at the
He's
way
a
he
good.
says
No,
it.
he's a good kid.
Low energy.
It's a crime that he's gotten this ticket. I could have been there courtside. No, it's going to be a great match. My nephew is playing Carlos Alcaraz. But last night there was a match between Daniil Medvedev and a Frenchman named Bonzi. And I know. And Medvedev was the favorite. He's the 13th seed, former number one, incredible player. And he was facing a match point in the middle of the third set when a photographer started walking onto the court as his opponent was serving to win the match. And they stopped it all and said, okay, hold on, we'll go back to first serve. And Medvedev had the chance to maybe break the guy's serve, which would have been a game changer for him. But the chair umpire said, no, we're going to give him a first serve. And Medvedev lost his mind, and in the middle of his meltdown, which lasted about 6 minutes, he invoked my nephew's name right to the camera. So cut 27, I think. On for 5 more minutes after that with the crowd screaming and booing. Medvedev eventually won that point, won that set, and they had to come back and play another 2 hours. But he's going to get fined about $150,000 for that meltdown. And what did Riley Opelka say? Riley Opelka said that same chair umpire was the worst umpire in the business and should be thrown out.
Shame.
Is that a Game of Thrones reference?
Shame. Yes. With the bell. There's a bell. They punish people, and this is the greatest punishment ever. They have to walk naked through the streets of the ancient city. And there's this lady.
Shame.
There it is.
Shame.
You need the bell.
Shame.
Now, if I had a body like, let's be honest, the people on Game of Thrones have like awesome bodies. So I would be like working it through the streets, but they do the shame thing. Like, I think
what
the
I would do?
average American would be ashamed, right?
I'd go get a dog and name it Naked. So I would say, well, I'm walking naked. I'm walking naked right now. Shut up. Yell shame all you want. I don't care. All right, first hour in the can.
YouTube.com at 1210 WPHT. Go like, subscribe. 300 likes. Mike Opelka will twerk.
What?
Yes.
That's our story, and we're sticking with it.
650.
The good and bad with home improvement
Hey, I need
projects.
a sponsor.
The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Shopping for an engagement ring can feel a lot like shopping for a used car. You walk in, you're not sure who to trust, and you're wondering if you're getting the real deal or a good sales pitch. That's why people are turning to Family & Company Jewelers. They're changing the game with full transparency, no pressure, no commissions, and now every piece of jewelry in the showcase has the price right there on display. No surprises, no haggling, just real value from our friends at Family & Company Jewelers, doing things right. Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career. Ew. Or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is 7 o'clock on a Monday morning. Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal. I'm Kayal and Company, and the company is here. In fact, one of my favorite parts of the company, Dawn Stensland, has returned from vacation. I'm very happy. In fact, that was the first question I asked Greg Stocker. Will Dawn be there? Will Dawn be there? Because if Dawn's not there, I don't know if I want to get up that early and look this good.
And you do look good.
God bless you for lying, Dawn. So you didn't go to get LASIK or anything like that while you were gone? You didn't get any eye surgery? Fun. No, I don't know if it is. I don't know. But so how was the vacation?
Well, it wasn't really a vacation. We were moving our youngest, we were moving our youngest 18-year-old son to college. So, North Carolina. And
so move-in day had to be, and so it's always the hottest, most humid day of the year.
It wasn't, though.
No, really? Good.
No, it was beautiful. Beautiful weather. It was gorgeous.
And you didn't have what Villanova had, a fake mass casualty event called in?
No.
2 in 4 days.
I know.
Yeah, we had one. Where was the other one?
If you want me to do,
Villanova.
Villanova, and there was another one yesterday, a guy with an umbrella.
Oh, okay.
So in this one, the FBI leading the investigation into this yet another false active shooter call made into Villanova University. So the latest one was yesterday, 11 a.m. on Sunday, shelter in place to students after reports of the active shooter. That was yesterday. And then obviously days ago, during the special ceremonies, the move-in day was Wednesday for Villanova last week.
The signs were still up yesterday because I was driving by there. on my way to IKEA, which is also known as hell in the rest of the world. And we'll get into that later. I should have given you a formal introduction. Dawn Stensland, of course, with the news.
With the news, sponsored by Staples, this Monday morning, August the 25th. And yes, on this Monday morning, what we're learning from Radnor Township Police, that the FBI is leading the investigation into both of these active shooter calls, which were fake news, if you will, fake calls, false active shooter calls. Thank God there was no shooter. Nobody was injured, but this obviously caused a lot of fear and a lot of questions. So who did this? Was it the same individual? Was it a copycat? So we know that the call yesterday morning, mid-morning, came out of Austin Hall, and that's a student residence hall. So shortly after the investigation, police then cleared the scene, determined the report, yes, to be another false call in, second false active shooter call into Villanova in less than a week. Villanova University writing, the university was aware of a report concerning Austin Hall earlier this morning, and the report was determined to be baseless. Villanova police have been given the all clear, normal operations returning. So the FBI leading the investigation, because this this would be considered a federal crime. This hoax wastes law enforcement resources, puts people in danger, causes a lot of chaos. And so whoever did this, whether it's one person or two, they face federal, state, and local charges, and they face jail time.
Any idea on the root of this, Don? Like is this like a TikTok challenge that's going around?
Yes, it's called beer.
Like,
it's called beer
is that
at
what's
college.
happening? But kids have been drinking beer at college for 40, well, more than that, for as long as
kids have been doing dumb.
Exist.
Dan, this is the week that everybody can do
but they're not,
stuff.
But Mike, they're not calling in false active shooter reports. And there's a trend, like South Carolina, also another university got hit with one. It's like, what is going on here? It's now become a trend, not just an anomaly, right?
Well, it's not like they're throwing green sex toys on the field.
The deal here is that I'll tell you right now, if whoever this is, if they catch that individual, they do a perp walk, that person, their ankles are chained, their hands are chained, and they are going away to prison and facing federal prison time, it will end right then.
Yeah, that's a good point. And
what
would Greg Stocker say right now? They'd have to be gluing testicles to a cold floor somewhere, right?
That's right.
And, yeah.
So that's the issue. With my son in North Carolina, it's between Raleigh and Greensboro area in North Carolina. There were more cops there, and the cops are giving the parents out gift bags. I was like, yeah, they do that in Philadelphia. Temple University students, you get a gift bag. It's like,
really?
No.
Oh, what's in the gift bag in North Kakalaki?
Oh, in North Carolina?
Yeah.
Oh, they had all kinds of good stuff. Baked goods.
An iPad.
We will beat you down.
75-inch television.
You do anything wrong, we will arrest you and call your mama. You know what I mean?
I love that.
Dawn, last week there was a big story about what parents are preparing for their kids in terms of college survival kits.
Yeah.
Did you make one of those that, contained special things like condoms and stuff?
What?
Yeah, you check this story out. Mothers and fathers, mostly mothers, were giving their daughters, and I'm sure sons, college survival kits that included stuff like special guidance, especially in the area of intimate relations, let's say.
I thought you were going to say like electrolyte packets or something. Like,
I love where your head
what?
is on.
Well, that would probably be helpful too.
No, they do. Here's the thing. They do have to take these, all of this training, like the virtual training we all have to take in the workplace, about, alcohol abuse, rape, no means no. They have to take all that training. They have to go through all that. You know that, right?
That's good.
In college. They did it in
That's
high
good,
school already.
You would think that parenting would have
No
covered a
means
lot
no.
of that.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
I think as David was like, why do they have to do this? We had this in high school. I said, liability. It's the lawyer. As Zeoli always says, like famously says for as long as I've known Zeoli, the lawyers always win. It's liability. That's
they
it.
do.
Oh, no, we train them. No means no. Have the buddy system, girls. Make sure you don't leave the party without your buddy. But no, it's the lawyers. It's liability. That's what it is.
I think education is good. At least we're not doing the consent forms that were kind of talked about in the late 90s. Do you remember that? If you were dating someone, you actually had to have a signed consent form.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
They video everything. That's why the kids video their intimate acts, because the guys are like, oh, I'm not getting like accused, so I'm going to the guys video everything.
That sounds like an excuse to make a tape. I'm sorry. That's creepy to me.
It kind of does.
But they all do it. They all do it because then if the next day she has regret, they can go, well, here's the video of you saying, give me more, or whatever, they're
clip that.
Give me more. More. So, yeah, that's why I'm just...
I love how me and Mike go silent
knowing
that Jim's going to pull this.
I'm just going to let Dawn keep speaking so we can cut the audio. But the two at Villanova and the one in South Carolina, which was reported yesterday, the kid was carrying an umbrella and someone called it in that he was carrying a rifle. Come on.
That's just stupid.
So is this a case
Or
of
an
just
eye problem.
young people being so fear-mongered by the left of school shootings and such that they see an umbrella and the immediate reaction is to call police in a school shooting?
I don't know. That's just, seriously, you're just stupid. They should get it like a stupid fine.
We should paint them blue.
No, because Dr. Phelan McGroin, a very intelligent commenter, says they never find these pranksters and never the ones who call in death threats either. Is it a prankster or is this just a case of mistaken identity?
Well, if they could find the people who were walking around the Capitol just by tracing their cell phones, I'm sure, as Dawn said, they found the phone in Austin Hall at Villanova where the call originated. They're going to find these people instantly.
So do a perp walk, chain them up, and take them away and say they face federal charges and they face 10 years in jail or whatever, and it will stop right then. It will stop immediately. That will never happen again. But the problem is they all know that that's not going to happen, that they'll get a slap on the wrist.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. Click that like button. If we get up to 300, Mike will indeed twerk by the end of the show. But Joe in Columbus says...
Hey.
All right, go ahead.
Let me just finish news.
I was just going to say, my son had a theory. These calls could be the result of a student who was not accepted at Villanova, now calling over sour grapes now?
No, it's a student. It's somebody... I don't know. They're playing a prank on their roommate in Austin Residence Hall.
All right, sorry about that.
That's what's going on. No. I'm just gonna wrap this up. We have Superintendent of School District Philadelphia holding a news conference later today, urging parents try to get your kids to school today. Why? SEPTA cutting 20% of all bus service throughout the region. Dozens of canceled routes this morning. Tens of thousands of school children in Philadelphia who do not have a yellow school bus or any school bus. They are forced to rely on public transportation. SEPTA at the middle school level and all high school students in Philadelphia do not have school bus service like the rest of the state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. They are forced to take public transit. By the way, a lot of people can opt out. You get about $300 per family to bring your children to school. So you're paid. In other words, for parents who want to opt out of school bus service, you can file for that special program. By the way,
how does that balance out?
It doesn't.
It doesn't at all.
It
right?
doesn't. You should get a break on your property taxes.
You should. But Dawn, if you take that $300 and you have to drive your kid to school, do you have to do that single line where they drop one kid off and pick one kid up at the end of the day too?
Yes.
Plus
the minivan.
It is such a waste of money and
sliding
time.
door. Jump! Like paratroopers, like just, whoosh,
the mom Uber.
The Piazza minivan. It just, whoosh, that.
A good way to get the plug in there. I love that.
I know. Piazza minivan. The door whoosh, slides open. The car doesn't even come to a full stop unless Sister Mary Helen sees you, and then stop, jump, kids. No, it's a smooth operation though. I don't have a minivan anymore though because
that's right. You upgraded to a Ferrari.
I wish someday.
Okay,
no,
good.
It's a HRV. It's a HRV, Piazza Honda.
Very good.
Philadelphia.
Is that the final? Do you have some weather?
I do. We are sponsored by Staples this morning in this edition of your news, and we'll talk about all of it. Yes, there's a lot of Trump news. We're going to get to all of it. The White House, what's going on, and in the world of politics, and what's going on with the budget in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Everybody's talking about SEPTA, but that's not the root cause. So we will get to the root. Remember the Venn diagram root. We'll get to the root, and that is the Pennsylvania budget has still not been done, solved. We don't have a budget here, and that's part of why you're hearing about SEPTA cuts, among other cuts in the headlines. But Staples sponsors our news, our weather. Your local Staples has hot deals, super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, you can save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions do apply, so visit staples.com/print for all the deets. Ends 9/13, September 13th. So save even more with the Easy Rewards program. That's at Staples. As far as your forecast, it's pretty nice today for the first day of school. Cool overnight, but we did have a chance for some morning. It was like spitting outside this morning, a little bit of rain, a little bit of showers, but turning brighter and breezy by this afternoon with a high of 85 degrees. But if you're down the shore, the rip current risk remains high. Swim between the green flags. Watch out for that. Tomorrow for your Tuesday, as Greg says, plenty of sun, high of 79 degrees. And then Wednesday, a cooler morning. Temperatures starting off in the 50s. Get ready for that. Maybe you want to cover your tender vegetation. But it is a sunny, nice afternoon for your Wednesday with a high of 77 degrees when Mike Opelka will be in person in studio, so we get to give him a big group hug on Wednesday. That's your news this morning.
Can I exclude people from the group hug?
You talking
Just
about me?
wondering. Maybe I'll do group hugs one at a time. Smaller groups. Well, those are breakout groups, Dawn. Have you never been to corporate ordered training like Greg is for the next 2 weeks? Well, we'll explain more. We do have the cut sheet in about a half an hour. We also have
We're kind of right.
I like that. We're kind of right. Does that mean correct or kind of leaning to the right? I'm just wondering. We will have the cut sheet coming up 7:45, and no mystery movie today because I don't think there's a prize. But we do have a breakdown of what the president was doing this weekend. There's some egregious abuse of journalistic power that we need to expose. Complete shocker. And my experience at IKEA in Conshohocken.
Ooh.
You
don't like the Swedish meatballs.
I don't have Stockholm syndrome today. I don't have I might have Greg Stalker syndrome. I might be yelling. We'll get to it all.
Stop sharing every dumb thought that's in your head. That's what talk radio is for.
It's like he never left. It's Mike Opelka for Nick Kayal, Kayal & Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens and baths for over 45 years, right here in America. We're family-owned, second-generation strong, and we manufacture our cabinets right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. That means no tariffs, no middlemen, just expert craftsmanship and unbeatable value. This August, take advantage of up to 30% off cabinets during our summer savings event. Trust the name your neighbors have for decades, Kitchen Magic. Call or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
I'm Kristen Press. And I'm Tobin Heath. We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house, they transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You're constantly searching for extra energy boost. As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Now, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listener offer, you can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing an order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get your second bottle of energy-producing Rescue Orosine totally free.
Jack Chitterelli, I've known you a long time, and you and I consider you a friend. We've gone to games together. We've hung out. I've done events for you. I'm doing more events for you coming up this fall. But it is sauce. It's not gravy. It's only gravy when you put meat in it. Come on, Jack.
In our house, it was only sauce when it was fish, so we make a fish sauce. Otherwise, it's a gravy, Rich. Come on, don't let me down. Don't make me call you an American here. You're not a American.
Oh, man, this is to be continued, all right?
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 7:20 on a Monday morning. Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal. Kayal and Company. Yes, we will be addressing all of the clips in what's on the cut sheet, or we're going to try and get to them. Since 10 o'clock, or really since noon when the Dawn show ended last week, there's been a lot of stuff that happened. Dawn has returned as one of them, which is a great thing. And so we'll get into as many of the clips from the president in the Oval Office to what the crazed Democrats are saying. And we might even introduce the new segment that I kind of introduced it during the Dawn show last Monday when I was here for Dawn, called Democrats Say the Darndest Things. And we did a little production work on it. So we will get to that. But I also have to share with you, and I don't know where you stand on IKEA, but one other person who lives in our house, okay, my wife wanted to go to IKEA yesterday. And so I had played golf in the morning, so I traded my golf time for IKEA time. When was the last time you were at IKEA, Dawn?
When was the last time? I don't know. I was looking for one, but couldn't. I guess they don't have them in the South as much as here. So it's probably been, I don't know, 3 months.
Yeah, the one in Conshohocken, we haven't been in since 2010.
Oh, really? That's a while. Now,
and the whole. I didn't know that. Yes, Sundays are International Family Days at IKEA. Bring the kids.
When your kids are little, they have like a free daycare. And they also have a cafeteria. So it's really cheap childcare. I hate to
spend the day at IKEA and drop it off.
But if you ever want to notice, like, why are moms in yoga pants walking around IKEA? And it's because they get, when you have little kids and they're not in school quite yet and you just need a break, you go to IKEA. Just drop your kids off in the free daycare. And then you take them up to the little cafeteria. They love it. Get some Swedish meatballs, whatever. Put them back in the daycare. That's it's a mom break.
We spent 2 hours in IKEA, and we left with nothing.
Oh, really?
But the kitchen cabinet catalog. That's it. And I will tell you, I got 9,000 steps in just in IKEA, because once you get in, it is a maze. It is amazing. You can't leave without seeing every single department in the store. There's no shortcuts. There need to be shortcuts. And I feel badly for the employees because they're constantly telling the people with the children, you can't climb on that. You have to. The bunk beds are only for display. So it was an educational experience. I ate in the IKEA cafeteria, as you say. And I think the gastric experience I had can only be called Stockholm Syndrome IKEA. Just saying.
Why? You felt that you were being held hostage.
No, I feel like I have so much gas. I have a geologist following me, wanting to do a core sample. It's just not good. It's I'm sure a lot of people like it, but
why were you guys there then in the first place?
But I acquiesced to a request from the vice president of everything.
Okay, what did she want to get?
Kitchen cabinets and new fronts for the kitchen cabinets.
What?
Which were, they were IKEA.
Kitchenmagic.com. Boom.
Now you tell me. Sorry. I could have saved 2 hours and maybe about 3 hours of sleep because I was churning yesterday. It was crazy. Great. I should have gone. We could have gone to Staples too because it's back to school time at Staples, and thank them for sponsoring us. But yeah, it was a strange evening yesterday after the IKEA experience. But literally 9,000 steps from the parking lot through the entire maze, and I'm sure that had we left, I'd still be trying to put together whatever we bought.
Well, that's just it. That was my question because maybe you're a handy guy. I don't know if Dan Borowski is a handy guy, but my husband Larry, if you look at his hand, just look at his hands. They are prettier and nicer than mine. He does not do physical labor or putting together stuff. It's just like he's amazing. I love my husband, but Mike Opelka, unless you're going to sit there for hours and hours and hours and put that stuff together, and then it's that plywood like stuff that if you screw it in wrong, you're dead. You know what I mean? So why would you risk that?
Well, I only had one vote on this, and I was kind of along for the ride, hostage. And then you can't pronounce anything that they're trying to sell you either. It was the Nicephores. Yeah, you want the Nicephores, or you want the Oxtot. Oh, I'm sure I want the Oxtot. Can't you just name them so we can understand them? They should give them English names. We need an IKEA to English dictionary. That's what we need. Would be great if they did that, but they won't.
Well, it's their right. It's their company. They can call it like what, as a Scandinavian, Stensland is Norwegian, but my grandmother was Swedish, so I'll stand up for the Swedes.
Well,
boom.
Maybe you won't after you hear what they're now serving in the IKEA cafeteria.
What?
The rainbow cake for a good cause. I took a picture of it. You can't really see it, but I will read to you what this. It looked really good. It was a rainbow striped cake, different layers of cake, like a 6-layer cake.
Oh, this is wonderful. In other words, representing Genesis, the rainbow, God's promise. Is that a biblical reference?
No.
Oh.
No. Not representing the Muppets either. There's not a rainbow connection here. Why are there so many colors of cake? For every slice of rainbow cake sold, IKEA will donate $1 to the Rainbow Railroad. Did you know there was a Rainbow Railroad?
Nope. Dan.
It's an organization that helps at-risk LGBTQ plus people from around the world to get to safety. He's such a good singer. Hurry, we'll be donating until 7/31 or while supplies last. So they still had cake yesterday, and it's August. So is nobody buying the cake? That's what so now we know IKEA's woke too. As woke as the Cracker Barrel CEO. Not happy. I'm not any of the dwarves. I did not know the rainbow cake was a woke piece. It looks delicious, I will tell you that. But it's
what flavor is rainbow?
Whatever. Taste the rainbow, Dan. Get some Skittles for damn sake.
So one piece of cake is $10?
Is it? Is that what it is?
That's what I'm looking this up. $10 or is the whole cake?
No, it's got to be.
Cake. Can't be. Is it $10 a slice?
It's got to be. They were selling slices. I took pictures of slices.
Wow.
It's virtue signaling with your food. And I'm against virtue signaling on every level. So IKEA, I'm glad I didn't walk out of there with a full cart or a full Flugelbag of Dinkeltrockels.
What was the name of the cake? Was there a special name?
Yeah, it's rainbow cake for a good cause. That's what they.
It's called a pride cake.
That's it?
Yeah.
Pride cake.
Not like Jürgen.
So, Pride Month was in June.
When these cakes were supposed to be sold to the end of July. And it's now almost the end of August.
Stale rainbow cake for $10.
Yeah.
There you go, some stale rainbow cake. Yum, yum.
But at least you don't have to assemble it yourself.
This is true.
That's the one good thing I have to say about the stupid rainbow cake at IKEA. And I think that was the kicker. That's when I checked out. I looked at my wife and I said, would you read that? Would you just see what they're doing there? And she goes, you're going to take a picture and talk about it on the radio, aren't you? Yes, I am. And that's when she takes like 2 steps away from me. So nobody sees her. Because there are families there and their kids are going, Mom, I want the rainbow cake. No virtue signaling. And speaking of which, have we exhausted the discussion of Cracker Barrel? Or is it going to continue? Because we thought Sydney Sweeney, I remember hearing Stocker yell that he thought Sydney Sweeney was going to be a one-weekend discussion. The Cracker Barrel thing seems to be picking up momentum.
Was this the Will Kane thing, or what was this one? Was it Will?
Cracker Barrel?
Yeah, who started this?
I don't know if Will started. I thought Cracker Barrel started it when they just changed the logo.
Yeah, I think it started kind of naturally in quotes, on social media last week, where people just noticed the rebrand. There was this viral video of a guy that kind of showed the inside, and he was saying how he misses the racism that there used to be inside the Cracker Barrel, tongue-in-cheek, and yeah, it's become like a whole thing. Can you cue up Cut 11 real quick there? I'm sorry to just jump in here, guys, but
no, please, this is good because this kind of a social commentary thing that is really bleeding, and I think it's picking up momentum. I was prepared to put it to bed.
Yeah. So Cut 11, guys, is. I don't see him over there working on that. Let's see if I can pull it up. There we go. Cut 11 is a pay game. So they used to have a pay game there at a Cracker Barrel. And there's one girl. She went in there because she heard the hype that you hear about the Cracker Barrel closing and was very excited to hear that she was given a pay game by the owner to remember what used to be Cracker Barrel. Take a listen.
I'm in front of Cracker Barrel right now, like a crazy person, because I saw they were rebranding, and Cracker Barrel is like my childhood. Any spring break, we would always go with my grandparents, and I heard today that the peg games, they've changed, and they don't have the original rules on them anymore, and this game was like the core memory of Cracker Barrel, and so I came to my closest one in Hilliard, Ohio, and I asked them if they had any. They had only gotten the new games with the new rules, and so I asked the manager. I just explained to him like how much this stupid little game meant to me, and he found me an original one with the original rules, and I just want to say thank you. I ran out because I was crying, and I'm still crying because it just means so much to me.
It's gotta be satire, right? Like, that can't be real, because nobody actually cared about Cracker Barrel this much before last week, Dawn. Mike, did you care about Cracker Barrel? Dawn, did you?
Well, I feel bad. Give her a rainbow cake. See, they should expand. You know what I mean? Give her a rainbow cake.
Nice callback, Dawn. Nice callback.
That's mental health.
That is mental health.
You know,
and
nostalgia's a strong drug, guys.
Yeah, but the CEO of Cracker Barrel, who turns out to be very woke and a big supporter of LGBTQ teen projects, has said that they won't be getting rid of the peg game. And they won't be changing the menu. They're just making the interior look like someone's Pinterest page for weird country designs. And I think they got rid of Uncle Sherman. Was that his name? The guy who sat by the barrel, who was a real guy, who had a job, who used to go to the opening of the Cracker Barrels, the new Cracker Barrels, and he'd be there. So once again, they've replaced Uncle Sherman. So Uncle Sherman, like Aunt Jemima, lost their job. And this is I think it's a dumb idea. They haven't changed the menu. I'll still stop the one on 95 and have me some biscuits and gravy. I don't care. But here's the good news. All the people who are not going to go, I don't have to wait behind them anymore.
That's a good point.
I'm way up on the list now when you go in.
Like, you don't have to sit in the rocking chair for 45 minutes.
I don't mind the rocking chair.
Or play
I'm not buying one.
Giant checkers with your significant other.
Yeah, that's good. See, I'm pro Cracker, and Cracker Barrel will let you park, according to my friend Jim, who is a great auto mechanic, they will let you park your RV in the parking lot overnight.
Oh, yeah?
So you go to Cracker Barrel and sleep in the parking lot and then get back on the road.
Yeah. So you're pro Cracker.
I am. Well, let's stand up for Cracker Jack. I'm worried they're coming for him next, and his dog.
Oh.
We have to draw the line somewhere. All right, just around the corner. What's on the cut sheet? There is so much Trump and so much J.D. Vance and so much stupid stuff from Democrats. This might take us all the way to the Dawn Show. I don't know. It's Mike Opelka. I'm in for Nick Kayal today, tomorrow, and Wednesday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it with style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. Now is the time to get behind the wheel of a new Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today, or shop online at piazzahonda.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. It's 9/13 while supplies last.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer. It doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
What's on the cut sheet?
Yeah, it's that time of the afternoon, guys. Wow. My day's going fast. It's that time in the morning that we talk about the cut sheet. What's on the cut sheet brought to you today by Dan Borowski. Not Greg Stalker. Greg Stalker enjoying a great time of, how'd you put it, Mike?
As a company-ordered rehab for anger management. These are the
words of Michael Pelkin himself, not that.
Yeah,
Dan Borowski.
I can't verify, but a lot of people have told me, as they say on Meet the Press, a lot of people have told me he's in a company-mandated anger management program that may or may not include what they call the electric breakfast. I don't know if you know about the electric breakfast, Dan.
I have no idea what the electric breakfast is.
They put 2 electrodes on the sides of your temples, and they give you a little zapparino.
Oh, I hope he's doing okay.
It usually readjusts you, so that's what they call it. Some people call it shock therapy.
I didn't know it was called that, but we all need readjustments, I feel. I've been there myself.
Sure.
Yeah.
We have a lot of breaking news this morning.
Do we?
Yes.
Before the cut sheet? I know we're early on the cut sheet.
There you go. Don't take it away then if you want. Go ahead.
The breaking news this morning, and yes, because people on the YouTube chat, if you're just joining us there, are saying, what about Trump? What's going on? What's the So Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a.k.a. Maryland Dad, remember him? So he, within the past hour, reporting to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office in Baltimore, Maryland, this morning, within the past hour, and that was days after his release from jail. So he's a Maryland dad. He is also an accused human trafficker, among other things, deported to El Salvador back in March, despite a judge's order protecting him from removal, reuniting with his family, his wife and child and stepchildren. Remember, it was a concerned stepfather, or he was the stepfather. It was a concerned dad that let us know who this guy was, if you recall the whole story, because a concerned dad said that the so-called stepdad was and I'll quote him, a dangerous gang member. That was how this whole story became public, and that's how ICE was initially notified. But he faces the possibility of being sent to Uganda, a country where he has no known ties, but it's legal to send him there. So outside protesters, they've been holding a prayer vigil, a big rally, and that is growing. We're told tensions are growing.
You know, it's interesting how prayerful people get when it's politically expedient, and that's what's happening here. And we shouldn't forget that the U.S. government offered him to be deported to Costa Rica, where his family could, in fact, visit him very easily.
Or go with him.
Well, or go. Yeah, you
They
can
don't have to
go.
be separated.
You're free to leave. And he wouldn't take the plea deal. So that's when the Trump administration, which I applaud them for saying, okay, we tried to be nice. We tried to make it easier on you. So now you're going to Uganda, a landlocked country. And the left is screaming, oh, it's a country with human rights violations. What are you doing? We're sending a human rights violator there. I don't know what Uganda's got. I know they have a really cool lava lake that you can go and stay in a spa next to it. But I don't think that's where he's going to be going. I think he's going to be going to somewhere else. So that's the big breaking news is kill more. Abrego won't be killing more. He's likely going to be going to Uganda later today.
Supposedly. So he's facing, I know Tom Homan was last night. He was speaking out about it, saying that Abrego absolutely will be deported. So that may happen today, but that's why there's a rally. He had to legally report to the ICE detention center.
I heard he actually showed up at the rally, that he made an appearance at the rally.
Well, because he was walking into the ICE detention center. He's reporting. He had to turn himself in.
He did the wave and win. How you doing, people? I'm going to be in here.
Yeah.
See you later, alligator Alcatraz. No, that's really that's fascinating to watch. And Donald Trump is hosting something at 10 a.m. this morning. We're told it's signing a couple of executive orders from the Oval Office as the Dawn Show begins.
Yes.
I'm wondering, do you think there's any relationship to this story, Dawn, or is this, as we were hearing, more about sending troops to Chicago and to maybe Boston?
Well, I know that so President Trump was posting a whole lot on Truth Social in reaction to, and this was less than 24 hours ago, actually.
Yeah.
President Trump talking about this very situation, Governor Wes Moore of Maryland.
Guys, I have this on the cut sheet.
Okay.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with the cut sheet.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The most important phone call you'll make in retirement is 800-722-9728. It's your retirement lifeline. Call 800-722-9728. 9728 to begin your crash-proof retirement. No fees, no market risk, and principal protection. And every penny you earn is yours to keep. That's 800-722-9728 to learn more about the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, which has withstood nearly 2 decades of market volatility and has never lost a penny of our over 6,000 clients' nest eggs. It's the way retirement should be: safe, secure, and crash-proof. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
What's on the cut sheet?
That's right, it's that time of the morning where we do What's on the Cut Sheet, talking what happened over the weekend in the morning, Sunday morning a little bit, and as you heard, we'll get to the Kilmar Abrego Garcia, currently monitoring it with my left eye. It's just some preachers and such talking so far at the press conference, hoping to break that as we get to it. Maybe we'll have some of that live. But let's go back to Friday first, where Trump welcomed in some FIFA executives, and let's start with some levity before we go back to crime. We will get into a great interview. Great, I say the tongue-in-cheek, with Wes Moore and Margaret Brennan talking about crime in D.C. and such. But we'll navigate our way there, starting first with some levity. Trump welcoming those FIFA executives, talking about some soccer shorts. Mike, you sent this over. Take a listen.
It's going to be a big event at the Kennedy Center. Do you intend to take part in it? Will you have a part to play on December 5th?
I may play. I mean, I see the money that these soccer players, we call it soccer, but I see the money that these soccer players are making. I may try and play. I'm a very good athlete. My son is a very good athlete, and he's a good soccer player. He's on the tall side for soccer. Yeah. He's 6'9". That's pretty tall. But that's pretty tall. It's on the tall side. He's good. It's on the tall side, but he's good. But no, I may put on shorts. I look extremely good in shorts and join the play. No, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be good.
Don, do you concur that Trump looks good in shorts?
Fabulous.
Yeah. As Melania. Yeah. But they did get into more serious stuff, and as you guys know, it kind of set the stage for the news Sunday mornings and such when Trump talked about potentially putting some National Guard troops out there in Chicago. Take a listen. That's an M10 there, Phil.
And after we do this, we'll go to another location and we'll make it safe also. We're going to make our country very safe. We're going to make our cities very, very safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. And it won't even be tough. And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one. But they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago. Please. I did great with the black vote, as you know, and they want something to happen. So I think Chicago will be our next, and then we'll help with New York, and we're going to help with... And I think...
Well, go ahead. Sorry, Mike.
There's a couple of things in this clip that are really subtle. Aside from the fact the president made this big announcement sending National Guard troops to Chicago, a lot of people were saying, why Chicago? Why not Philadelphia? Why not Boston? The murder rate in Chicago is 24 per capita. D.C. is 27 until the troops came in. I think Philadelphia is 7. I might have the numbers off, or maybe it's 4. But that's why Chicago's next on the list. And it's also going to tick off the Democrats who he's doing it there. But there's something in that clip I'm betting Dawn noticed. What did you notice fashion-wise in that clip, Dawn? Did you spot anything?
With President Trump?
And J.D. Vance and the
with the red
FIFA
hat.
And the FIFA president.
Yes.
They all were without ties. Was it Casual Friday at the White House? I mean, this is the Oval Office. This is the Resolute desk. And the President of the United States is not wearing a tie. His hat, by the way, says Trump was right about everything. Which, they're going to sell a bunch of those hats.
Totally.
Which is great. But he and the FIFA president and J.D. Vance, and I think maybe Secretary of State Rubio was in the room as well, but they were not wearing ties. And there were a certain portion of the left that were losing their minds, going, how dare they not wear ties? You guys were freaking out when everybody was making fun of Obama's tan suit.
Mm-hmm.
And Donald Trump not wearing a tie on Friday when he's talking about football, as we're supposed to say. I didn't have a problem with it.
To be fair, though, I mean, Zelensky was just grilled in the Oval Office recently for his decision not to wear a suit. I mean, they're at least wearing suits, right? But
Yeah. But no ties. It's casual Fridays at the White House. Who knows? I would like to know if they all called each other.
Dawn spent some time in Chicago. I'm just curious. Do you still stay in touch with that city, and do you notice whether there is a crime spike there? Is that something you...
Yeah, I mean, I think in cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, D.C., you do see a crime spike. Absolutely. Part of this, and in Philadelphia, you're right, although murder stats, sometimes there's that extra column. I mean, law enforcement always tells us that it sure feels like I'm reporting on as much violent crime as I always have, to be very honest here. And so I think stats can be manipulated, quite frankly, but I will say that D.C. and Chicago in particular feel like third world countries. It's not acceptable. This is America.
Sad thing is that Krasner was on CNN last week and essentially said that there's nothing going on. And then you have Brandon Johnson, who was the mayor over there in Chicago, who was asked about the situation, that being M5, if we can cue that up there. I'm sorry to skip ahead there, Phil. But in this clip in M5, Mayor is asked about the exploding crime, and he kind of has like a Kamala Harris word salad. Take a listen.
I'm going to play something else President Trump said on Friday with regard to your city.
Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent, and we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this, and it won't even be tough.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Your reaction to what you just heard.
Yeah. Well, listen, the President of the United States of America has repeated this, petulant presentation since he has assumed office. And, if the reporting is actually true, what he is proposing at this point would be the most flagrant violation of our Constitution in the 21st century. The city of Chicago does not need a military occupation. That's not what we need. In fact, we've been very clear about what we need. We need to invest in people to ensure that we can build safe and affordable communities. That's what I've done as mayor since assuming office. It's unfortunate that this president is working overtime to divide in his attempt to conquer working families and to conquer cities across America. But this is clearly a violation of the Constitution, and we're going to remain firm and vigilant in our commitment to ensure that our democracy is protected and our humanity is secured.
Did Mayor Johnson not get the memo that came out Friday? John, you probably missed it, but the Democrats have put out a list of words they're not supposed to use anymore. All the woke language, and preserving our democracy and violating the. This is so funny. This guy is the word salad chef now that Kamala's gone, and it's. I was waiting for him to say, "You guys, we're going to see the moon with our own eyes. It's going to be incredible." He is such an empty vessel, and I wonder if the people of Chicago are missing Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who they voted. I know it's Lightfoot, but she's the one who allowed all the looting. I bet they are.
Yeah, and so if you think about it, and if you look at, let's say, crime statistics in major cities, the truth of it is, and you mentioned an overall rate, Mike Opelka, but if you look at certain parts of Chicago, just like in Philadelphia, so my husband and I have lived in the city of Philadelphia for decades now, 25 years of marriage this summer. In the northwest side of the city, these stats are as safe or safer than a lot of your suburban areas. But you know that in Philadelphia, in Chicago, I'll look at the statistics. You mentioned 27. Well, in the south side of Chicago, 35 murders per 100,000 residents. And so this is a third world country for many Chicagoans, just like in Philadelphia, right? So you can give an overall stat, but they're scrunching the stats and combining them with the so-called safer areas of a major city. And so that's what Democrats are fearing. Democrats are fearing that just like in D.C., where you have ladies, grandmothers, and moms who can't even walk to the local market or walk anywhere because their streets are just, I mean, there are people just, it's like a Wild West shootout. And so they're going out thanking Trump, thanking the National Guardsmen, going, thank you. Look at how safe our street is. That's what Democrats fear. So whether it's Baltimore, Maryland, whether it's Chicago, they're thinking, OMG, if Trump sends in all of this military presence and makes the streets safe and makes the quality of life awesome for people in these horrific, violent-ridden, bullet-ridden areas, the worst, most violent areas of these all-blue cities, ruh-roh, that's a real problem for Democrats because you're going to have the image, just like we had in D.C., where you have these, right? We have residents and kids that are out like playing hopscotch or whatever, double Dutch. They're like, oh, thank God. We have a quality of life again. This is what it's like for, those suburban folks.
Yeah. Just being able to go outside, and you have it here in Philadelphia. I mean, my buddy lives right next to Rittenhouse Square. Rittenhouse still a very safe area. Don't get me wrong, but you notice it even there. One of the nicest parks in the entire city. There's quite a difference in these cities recently. And to Dawn's point, talking about Baltimore, Maryland, and such, Governor Wes Moore. I woke up to this guy yesterday, and I was quite infuriated to hear this because I think Wes Moore is a very savvy politician. I think Dawn might concur there, but the way that he's kind of framing back the issue of crime against Republicans now it's infuriating. This is what he told Margaret Brandon on Face the Nation. Take a listen.
A Democrat who is, President Trump says so as well, possibly a presidential candidate. He talked about you the other day.
Yeah.
He spent a lot of time talking about you.
I've been on his mind a lot.
You're spending time talking about crime. Is this something that, as a Democrat, you think the Democratic Party needs to be more vocal and muscular about when running for office? Because I hear you doing that. It's a very big change from 2020 when the idea was defund the police.
Absolutely. And yeah, the president's spending all of his time talking about me. I'm spending my time talking about the people I serve. And yes, I believe that we have to be able to address the issue of crime. I came up in and I have existed in neighborhoods and communities that have been chronically neglected. And I remember one of the first things that happened in our first months in, I had to visit shock trauma inside of Baltimore because Baltimore had one of the largest mass shootings in its history. And I visited a young man, a teenager, who was just finished surgery and had one of his testicles shot off. And was talking about how was he ever going to become a father. And I said at that point, I refuse to continue doing this and not putting the proper resources in place and not being able to put a real focus on making our community safer. And that's why it is so frustrating when we're hearing from the President of the United States something that is just purely performative, without actually focusing on these communities and these neighborhoods who believe that progress is possible and who are willing to put in the work, and we're just simply asking for Washington to be able to acknowledge it and support it.
Well, I think it's stunning that Wes Moore didn't have the brains to say, well, why do you think God gave you two? If one was shot off, I've got friends that only have one, that have families. I kid, but I'm sorry, this kind of dramatic push to distract is really troublesome. Wes Moore is a creative candidate. They're trying to make him to be the next Barack Obama, to try and create the what did Joe Biden call Barack Obama? He's a fairy tale story, man. He's a bright, young, smart, clean African American. Remember when Biden said that?
Well spoken.
They're trying to create this image of Wes Moore, and now we're starting to find out this guy is a little bit. He's got some problems. He presented that he was a what medal did he say he won in the Gulf War that he didn't get until 13 years later, till his friend reapplied for him. This is a bubbling story. You're going to see this later today. But he acknowledged on a Colbert interview, like more than a decade before he actually got, I think it was a Bronze Star. Now, he served in the military, so he gets all my respect for that. But don't puff up your service like Tim Walz. You're not as good. But you watch, this guy he's got presidential timber. That's obvious. But I also think he's not as good as he thinks he is. My thoughts. Because, Dawn, I think you had high praise for this guy at one time, didn't you?
Well, his book, he wrote a book back in the day about the other Westmore. So he found another young African-American man who grew up in Baltimore, didn't have a father figure and that sort of thing, went to jail. And it's a wonderful book, actually, and a wonderful concept that to me was more about the influence of male role models and father figures and grandfather figures for young men. And so I think it is a wonderful and inspirational book. But as far as this goes, to your point, I mean, Trump on True Social was ripping into him. I just find it ironic that Westmore is saying that President Trump is somehow violating the Constitution by sending in troops or military to make cities safe again. How in God's name is that how could that possibly be a violation of our Constitution to make cities safe again, to make people feel a quality of life? And I would submit to you that it's unbelievable to me that these blue city leaders actually think that somehow they can fool people. They can fool people here in Philadelphia or D.C. or Chicago to think, oh, no, nothing to see here. You should just keep on voting blue, because this is the way it is. To me, that's the definition of a threat to democracy. And by the way, isn't that racist? That we expect areas that are majority so-called black and brown communities to just have shootings. Just take it. Have rape. Have murder. Look at the rape rates in Philadelphia. They've gone up. So just take it. Just take the violence, people.
It's the soft racism of low expectations. Yeah. And that is one of the greatest crimes we can commit against any group of people, is to give them low expectations and not afford them the same kind of respect and dignity of every other group there. You mentioned something there, Dawn. You said the use of the phrase "a violation of our Constitution," the exact same phrase that was used by the Chicago mayor. Gee, do you think this is going to be the argument the Democrat Talking Points memo has put out that says whenever you want to fight back? I'm waiting for the Boston mayor to come out and say it's a violation of our Constitution. That would be the trifecta. That would push it to the fact that this is a coordinated defense of Trump's push to make these cities safer. By the way, I think is today day 11 that D.C. has not had a homicide reported?
Wow.
Think about that. And that's what Democrats, that's what they really fear. Yeah. Trump put out I'm sure you guys everybody saw it already with the True Social post, but he called Moore's rather nasty, provocative statements, and President Trump putting this out and calls the out-of-control, crime-ridden Baltimore, and says that he just wants to clean it up. He wants to clean up cities.
He accidentally let something slip there, guys. I don't know if you caught it as well, too. Yeah, because the problem that Democrats are going to have is they spent the last, decade now being soft on crime and offering up progressive policies that have really led to a spiral of crime here in the cities. And Wes says in that one clip,
and was talking about how was he ever going to become a father. And I said at that point, I refuse to continue doing this.
Doing what? I refuse to continue doing this. I think he was accidentally saying he refuses to continue with the soft on crime policies that he as a progressive was promoting.
I think he's trying to make this big emotional point, and at the same time I'm thinking, wait a minute, the GOP and Doge had big balls, the Democrats have one ball. I know that's a sin, Dawn. You're welcome to throw that on me. I expected that response.
Should we check in on the Kilmar? Let's go.
And the sea.
Oh, they're singing again.
The rush of the waters, the rush of the head.
Yeah, as Dawn reported, this is the Kilmar Abrego Garcia live press conference that we hear there, and
the sand and
no mariachis? Don't we have the Boston Mariachi Band there? Come on.
The dogs are hiding under the bed right now.
Garage doors are opening and closing.
Oh gosh, yeah, I'm sorry to do that to y'all.
It's just that's a live feed, Dan, from the
thank you.
The Kilmore. Yeah. Has Jamie Raskin shown up yet?
Rounding people up. They say it's about illegal immigration, but we know it's about a warped vision of America, a rewriting of our history. Some people emigrated on the Mayflower.
Oh, man.
What?
My people emigrated on steamships. But we finally found a place where we could build our lives without fear. But let me tell you, for the first time in my life, I am afraid. I am afraid of this playbook. We must stand up, as we are doing this morning, for Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Oh my gosh.
Who are you standing up for?
Human traffickers.
Seriously. His wife got 2 orders of protection against him. He was caught with a carload of people that were being human trafficked. He's been credibly accused of a rap sheet of crimes as long as your arm. Who are you standing? I hope the GOP comes up with a successful midterm ad campaign that points out all of these contradictions. Look, today we're 72 days away from the New York City election. We're 406 days away from the midterms. And I hope the GOP keeps track of this kind of stuff, because every one of these cities has a chance to make a change. Every one of these districts and we'll talk about redistricting later, has a chance. You got more on the cut sheet here, Daniel?
Yeah, let's just go one more. While we're on Abrego Garcia and such, let's skip ahead now to Tom Homan, who comments on the closing of Alligator Alcatraz, guys. And I want your thoughts on it. It seems like the Democrats are just pushing us the wrong way. Take a listen.
Saying they want to shut down Alligator Alcatraz, the judge ordering it to be shut down. What does that look like for the ICE agents, and then also...
No, they're not going to stop us doing what we're doing. We'll follow the judge's order, and we'll litigate it, and we'll appeal it. But bottom line is, we're going to continue to arrest public safety threats and national security threats every day across this country. If we have to send them to another facility, that's what we're going to do. That's why the president has asked for 100,000 beds in the big, beautiful bill, so we're going to build 100,000 beds. So we're not going to have a lack of bed space. For every illegal alien we arrest, we need a bed, and that's why the 100,000 beds is important. So we're going to keep doing what we're doing. And these radical judges make these decisions. They may slow us up a bit, but they're not going to stop us.
Just to be clear, when you say you're going to follow the judge's order, that means Alligator Alcatraz is not going to be
We
shut
follow
down.
every judge's order while we appeal it and litigate it.
So it will be shut down in the interim?
I don't think a decision's been made yet. We're reviewing.
Okay.
It's a DOJ question. We're reviewing the order, and we'll see where we go from there. But we're not going to defy court. We'll just take it to a higher level and appeal it.
Thoughts on closing of Alligator Alcatraz?
That News Nation reporter has wrong information. They didn't say close Alligator Alcatraz. They said you can't add any more facility, and you can't take in any more inmates right now. So it's a freeze. It's not a closure. Mm-hmm. And that's I wish Tom Homan had called her out. That's Bravo Sierra. That's bad information right there.
Yeah, and you hear that all the time where reporters, this happens, Michael Pelka, it happens every day, where they're asking these questions. And I genuinely think the reporter is just wrong on the information. I don't even think it's an intentional fake news situation.
It's laziness.
It is. It's bias by omission, if you will. But I think it just shows you that these individuals are lazy. They don't have their facts straight. They take things out of context. And Tom Homan, who's a busy guy, is doing all these. They put News Nation exclusive. He was all over Fox yesterday doing interviews too. So, the good news here is Homan gets his message out. It goes viral, and that's, thank God for X and social media, so that people can see the long form interviews for themselves.
Dawn, did you call him Homie?
Homan.
Oh, I thought you were giving him like an affectionate nickname, which I kind of like. No. The homie there. Homie's good. Hey, Dan, we don't have to go away, Duke. We're on the cusp of this topic, and you brought this up. Uh-huh. And Dawn, as the keeper of the journalistic flame, I think this plays right into that, the Kristen Welker stuff, because Kristen Welker was kind of playing the same. I guess it's journalistic malpractice, or is it misinformation by laziness, or I think there may be an agenda there. Can we do a little bit of that? Because I thought that was excellent stuff you pulled.
Is this with J.D. Vance?
Yeah.
Kristen Welker, who's from Philadelphia, Germantown friends.
Guys,
Cool.
I got so much on Welker Vance. I'll let you guys choose. We can talk about FBI Bolton. We got the tropes in Ukraine. There's some more information on Russia-Ukraine, China sanctions, redistricting efforts.
The one where she basically says, well, everybody says, I think it was the Bolton raid, is political retribution. Is that the one where she kind of said, well, everybody's saying it? There's one, or was it about Putin? There's one where he, the vice president, absolutely calls her out for Bravo Sierra for not telling the truth.
Let's look at 7A there then. I think that's what we're talking about. Let's give that a try, Mike. Where's that at? Here you go. That's not correct. We don't have the cut there.
I think the Russians have made significant concessions to President Trump for the first time in 3.5 years of this conflict. They've actually been willing to be flexible on some of their core demands. They've talked about what would be necessary to end the war. Of course, they haven't been completely there yet, or the war would be over, but we're engaging in this diplomatic process in good faith. We are trying to negotiate as much as we can with both the Russians and the Ukrainians to find a middle ground to stop the killing. I think what the president has tried to do here is try to engage in very aggressive, very energetic diplomacy, because this war is not in anyone's interest. It's not in Europe or the United States' interest. We don't think it's in Russia or Ukraine's interest to keep going. So we're going to keep on pushing for a diplomatic solution. And one final point about this, Kristen, if you look historically, whenever you have a complicated war with a lot of death and destruction, it kind of goes in fits and starts. There are hills and valleys to the negotiation. We sometimes feel like we've made great progress with the Russians, and sometimes, as the president has said, he's been very frustrated with the Russians. And we're going to keep on doing what we have to do to bring this thing to a close. I don't think it's going to happen overnight. I think that we're going to continue to make progress, but ultimately, whether the killing stops, that determination is going to belong to whether the Russians and the Ukrainians can actually find some middle ground here.
Well,
I think we'll have more from that in a second, guys, but I just want to bring in some breaking news here. I apologize to do this, Mike. But we do have the lawyer from our Abrego Garcia press conference speaking now. So we're going to go there. You can see a mad rush, youtube.com/@12WPHT, as we see him come down here.
Free Kilmar!
They just pull this guy from the crowd?
Looks like he doesn't. No, he just came out of a courthouse.
Yeah, there's a new legal filing. So what you're watching, this is breaking news. This is Abrego Garcia, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, turning himself to ICE. So there's a new legal filing alleging the federal government is using a, quote, coordinated effort to force a guilty plea. This against an accused human trafficker involving drugs and so on. And so this is Maryland's own, with his wife there, Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Good morning. My name is Simon Sandoval-Moschenberg. I'm a partner at the immigration law firm. Good morning. My name is Simon Sandoval-Moschenberg. I'm a partner at the immigration law firm of Murray Osorio PLLC in Maryland, Virginia, and New Jersey, and one of the many attorneys in the legal team that's been representing Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Ring the bell, Dawn. Ring the bell.
So the filing alleges federal authorities gave Garcia an ultimatum, agree to a plea deal by this morning, and be deported to Costa Rica after his sentence, or face deportation to Uganda if he fights these charges.
In Tennessee on Friday, he'd been given a notice requiring him to check in at 8 a.m. this morning. The notice stated that the reason was interview. Clearly that was false.
Tighten your tie, Bobo.
It's like he heard you.
Constitutional right not to allow his arm to be twisted to take a guilty plea if he doesn't want to. His constitutional right to exercise his right to a jury trial on his criminal proceedings if he so chooses. And his constitutional right and his right under the Bail Reform Act to leave the prison and come home to his family. He's being punished for exercising those rights. We asked the ICE officer what the reason for his detention was. The ICE officer didn't answer. The ICE officer stated that he'll be taken to a detention center. We asked the ICE officer which detention center. The ICE officer said that they weren't able to say. We asked the ICE officer for a copy of any paperwork that's being served on him today. The ICE officer wouldn't commit to even giving us that paperwork.
He's got this written out.
In 2019, Mr. Abrego Garcia had a full trial. It lasted over 2 days. in this building behind me. And the result of that trial was that the judge entered an order that he could not be deported to El Salvador. That order was not even appealed by the government. If they want to deport him to any other country, they need to go through that exact same process. Unless and until they have gone through that process, they do not have the right to put him on an airplane. And that's what we're going to be asking the district court to ensure, that he is not put on any flight to any country whatsoever, whether it's Uganda, South Sudan, what have you, unless and until he has had a full and fair trial.
Okay, nothing new really announced. Here's my take on this, and Dawn, I'd love to hear yours as well. It feels like the ICE guys and the feds are doing exactly what we see in any attempt to get a plea deal. Anybody who's watched any episodes of Law and Order sees you go in, you make an offer. Okay, here's the offer. You tell us this, this, and this. You take the guilty plea, and we put you in this prison camp, or we send you where Martha Stewart went, and there's a hedge. And he was offered Costa Rica or Uganda.
Yes.
And he said, I'm not taking either. So now they're trying to make a bigger deal out of this again.
And so remember that Brago, and by all accounts, I mean, look at any news organization, they all will admit that he entered the United States illegally. Okay, he came into this country illegally, and the charges that he has faced are, he's an accused human trafficker, among other things. His wife has multiple times, and we've played the audio for you, has pleaded with courts and judges to protect her, orders of protection, because she had said that she was beaten. It was on the news radar, and this is an important point that nobody talks about, because the wife's ex-husband was concerned because his kids, the real dad's kids, were living with mom, and then the mom at the time boyfriend. So he has one child. He has one son, by the way. The other kid, they keep saying, oh, he has multiple kids. The other kids are from the other dad, the you know what I mean, the ex-husband. And the ex-husband was the one who was sounding the alarm. That's how this guy got on the radar in the first place. An ex-husband who said, hey, this guy is abusing my ex-wife, could abuse my kids. He's a dangerous gang guy. That was the one who sounded the alarm. And I think that's important to note, that that's how this guy in the first place ended up on the radar of local law enforcement and then ultimately federal law enforcement. So it was a grassroots thing. Do you know what I'm saying? It's
a father who spoke up to protect his kids.
Yes.
And you wonder where that father is, because I'd certainly like to hear from that guy.
Yeah.
And maybe they're telling me you better not talk to anybody. But that's a really important point. My question is this story bigger than the Brian Kohlberger story, the murderer he's already been sentenced? Hasn't he, the guy that killed those college students?
Yeah.
Why are we still seeing significant time dedicated to the Kohlberger story? Because I see it every day on Fox and every day on CNN. Isn't that over and done with? Can we put that to bed?
Yeah, it's weird I think with Kohlberger, that my takeaway on that one is that he's a Pennsylvania native, so technically a local story, I guess. But in this one, he's a convicted killer, but he did not have to speak at his sentencing. To me, that's just a travesty. I just think that the family wanted him to. The family wanted the death penalty on the table. So I think in that one, that's the only justification for it. And we're learning more about, because it was a sealed case, right? It had a gag order on it. And so I think that's the only justification for why that's getting any play. As far as Kilmar, I think this guy, for Democrats, just keep that story going. If this is all you have, is that Democrats are standing up for this so-called Maryland dad, I think everybody sees through it. I mean, this guy is a guy who is an accused wife. You have his own wife in her own words. You have her pleading with a judge, please protect me. And so, go for it. You be you. Yeah, you keep holding rallies for this guy. If that's your poster child, if that's who you stand up for, good luck with that.
Bring it. Yeah, keep it coming. Dan, do we have time to do one more subject, because you have so much good stuff?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
On the backlash of The raid on John Bolton's house, which a lot of us watched on Friday, it was kind of an all-day thing, and we're waiting to see if there are any other raids that come after the Bolton raids. But there was a lot of great reaction to the raid on John Bolton's house that the DOJ and the FBI executed on Friday. Dan, I'll leave it up to you. Pick one of your favorites, Scott Jennings.
I gotta. That would be cut. Do you have the cut number there, Mike, by chance?
Was it M6A?
Yes, that would be M6A there, Phil. Yeah.
And then B.
Here you go.
Remember this
Scott.
and see your kids.
I got it, Phil. Thank you.
What do you see here?
Well, I'm reminded of something that I heard someone say after the Mar-a-Lago raid, and the statement was everybody ought to just calm down, whether you're pro-Trump or anti-Trump, and let the process work its way through. That was said by John Bolton himself after the Mar-a-Lago raid on Trump. Look, I try not to engage too much in conjecture on these things. All we really know is what Caitlin just told us, that this is related to an investigation regarding information he put in his book. We know that they're searching for things, and that's it. That's what we know. And so Ambassador Bolton's previous views on this were that processes should be allowed to work their way through. I assume this one will work its way through. And if he has not disclosed any classified information, that will be fine and good. And we'll talk about that. And if he has, I'm sure we'll talk about it.
So Scott Jennings, who is just an excellent commentator, I believe, on CNN. I don't know why they keep putting him on, because he's so good for the GOP. But
he gets ratings.
Yeah, he's the only one, maybe, if you watch the numbers from last week. But to give some credibility to what he said, he quoted John Bolton, and we actually have the Bolton quote that happened during the Mar-a-Lago raid. I think we have that right, Dan?
And I think it's important that everybody take a deep breath here. This is a very serious matter, and it would be better if we could let the legal process play out. I know that may be frustrating to some people, but the seriousness of it itself dictates that we try and proceed in the most orderly way we can.
So when it's happening to Trump and the raid on Mar-a-Lago, we're supposed to let the legal process play out. But when it's happening to Bolton, we're not supposed to let the legal process play out. And in fact, I think you have Kristen Welker asking Shifty Schiff about the same thing. And he confirms what we've just proven. I think that if you have it cut M7.
Do you believe that people need to let this investigation play out and not get ahead of it at this point?
I think this is clearly retribution. I mean, the idea that they just picked John Bolton, a prominent critic of the president, at random. What the president is trying to do here is very systemic and systematic, and that is anyone who stands up to the president, anyone who criticizes the president, anyone who says anything adverse to the president's interests gets the full weight of the federal government brought down on them. So if you're John Bolton, you get your home seized. If you're on the Federal Reserve and you won't lower interest rates, you get threatened with prosecution or with firing. If you're a general, like the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and you issue a report, or the agency does, casting doubt on the success of U.S. military strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, you get fired. If you are the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and you give a jobs report that the president doesn't like, you get fired. They're essentially going after any critic, any opposition, in an effort to intimidate them. That's what this is about. It's not about Bolton per se. It's about anyone else that, like Bolton, might stand up to the president.
Says the guy who just formed a legal defense fund because he feels like he's in trouble too. Mm-hmm. Right, Dawn?
Yeah, mortgage fraud. And this one, just keep in mind, this is not something new, and I don't hear Shifty Schiff mentioning this or Welker, but this was something that was the alleged use of a private email. This was Trump's national security advisor. So he was accused back in 2019 of sending classified national security documents to his wife and daughter from his work desk, and then he was dismissed by Trump after that happened. So this is the reopening of something that the Biden administration, once they got, and remember this happened in 2019. And so that they learned this was sent from a private server. That's a big no-no. So now Biden gets into office, and Biden and his administration shelved this whole thing. And so the FBI was investigating this. It's just being reopened. Just to put that out there for you.
Yeah, there are all kinds of claims that this is because Bolton's been a critic of Trump. I'm sure that's not helping him in any way, shape, or form. But there are also claims that Bolton was involved with some shady European contacts and may have been passing information that way as well. And we should do one more pile on here because Jamie Raskin, who is now, I think he's overtaken Chuck Schumer in the ability to get in front of a camera. I think Schumer used to be the guy that everybody in D.C. was afraid of, to stand between a camera and Chuck Schumer because he would run you over. But Jamie Raskin was trying to make a comparison to the Mar-a-Lago raid and say, no, this isn't anything like this. If you got cut 8, Phil is so good. He is so fast.
Look, the wisdom of the Constitution's founders is vindicated by all of these events that I'm looking at from afar, because all of the search warrant process had to go through a neutral, independent magistrate. There had to be probable cause. The things being searched had to be stated with sufficient particularity, and all of it was tied to specific crimes and offenses. And I think the onslaught of attacks on the Department of Justice was outrageous and wholly unjustified. And, I think we're watching the real rule of law unfold here. I've thought for a very long time that Mar-a-Lago was a very porous environment from a national security perspective, and we've already seen episodes of foreign agents and foreign assets crawling around in the Mar-a-Lago environment, where the principal currency of admission and power is just money. But not necessarily any loyalty or patriotism to the American people. It seems to confirm Bolton's own prediction that if Donald Trump got back into office, his administration would be consumed with vengeance and retribution against his perceived political enemies. And it seems as if perhaps the president was not pleased with what Bolton was saying during the course of the big summit with Vladimir Putin here in the United States in Alaska. And he was reminding everybody that Vladimir Putin had one goal, which was to capture Ukraine and reabsorb it into the newly reconstituted Russian Empire. So obviously that got on Donald Trump's nerves, and I think we can see the result of it here.
Just so insane to see how the projection has flipped, and the guys who were pointing a finger now realize there's 3 pointing right back at them. So much good stuff there. Great collection of clips. Dawn, can we say anything nice about Jamie Raskin?
He survived cancer. God bless him.
Okay,
he battled cancer, so that's
anybody who battles cancer, I give him that. But it ends there. I draw the line there.
So there's that.
He didn't seem to have any education he garnered from that battle with a horrific disease. He's still a loyal soldier to the Democrat cause. That wraps up the first part of what's on the cut sheet. I know we're over. I'm sorry. There was just too much good stuff, Dan. Too much good stuff. And
Great job.
We do have a second edition of this coming up later in the show, don't we?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
It didn't sound too convincing on that, but we'll figure it out. It is 8:32. Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal, Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
The most important phone call you'll make in retirement is 800-722-9728. It's your retirement lifeline. Call 800-722-9728 to begin your crash-proof retirement. No fees, no market risk, and principal protection. And every penny you earn is yours to keep. That's 800-722-9728 to learn more about the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, which has withstood nearly 2 decades of market volatility and has never lost a penny of our over 6,000 clients' nest eggs. It's the way retirement should be: safe, secure, and crash-proof. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hire comedian Joe Conklin for corporate events, golf outings, and private parties.
Yo, this is Tom Sapwager from Schreiner Tree Care out in King of Prussia. We had Joe Conklin. We did not stop laughing for the whole show.
Hey, this is George Wolf. We've had Joe Conklin at our events for the last 3 years. People keep coming back in droves.
Hi, this is Al Morgani from the Save the Geese Foundation in Medford. We hired Joe Conklin. He arrived drunk, and things went downhill from there.
Hire Joe Conklin for your next event. Go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
It's Dawn here. I have some exciting news for you from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. What does it mean? It means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. So from the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and for your dollar. Visit them. Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. You can always shop online. PiazzaAcura.com for all those special offers. PIAZZA, PiazzaAcura.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
It is 8:39 on this Monday morning. Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal, Kayal and Company. I didn't do a check on the YouTube channel. How close are we to your dangerous threat to me, Dan?
We are currently at 146. We're halfway there, and we're over halfway through the show there, Mike. So you might be safe. You might be safe.
No one is safe.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. Please click like. Get it up to 300. You might see some twerking from Mike Opelka by the end of the show.
And if we get to 400, Dawn will twerk.
I never made the promise. You did.
No, I didn't make the promise either. Dan made it for me. Dan's mad at me because I screwed up the cut sheet today. And I'll try not to do it tomorrow, Dan. I'm a bad guest host. I know it. Shame. Yes, bring back the shame bell.
That is not the case at all. No. Get out of here.
Ooh. I'll be on the discipline couch if anyone's looking for me. A couple of social issues were bubbling over the weekend that I think we should talk about. And I know this has been like a morning radio topic in the past, and I just want to see if there's any sensibility to this. I get it. Southwest Airlines has announced they're changing their policy, which they used to make plus-size passengers buy an extra seat.
Oof.
And then once you bought it, you could apply to get the money refunded.
What?
So it was kind of like a fake thing to me that they actually set this up, but now they're basically changing the policy that will still charge you for the plus-size passenger to buy a second seat, and sometimes a third. I don't know. I think this is fair. We pay extra for luggage, don't we?
Well, it's 100% fair because as a guy who's ridiculously tall, 6'8", I often have trouble in airplanes, and what's become is every time I fly now, I have to pay extra to sit in the exit row so I get the extra leg room.
Yeah, it's like $50.
Yeah,
a seat.
It's ridiculous. It's pricey as hell, and if you're going to charge people extra to sit in the exit row to essentially be volunteers in crisis, then you're going to have to charge people an extra seat if they're just too heavy.
And how do we measure it? Do you have to walk through a template like when your luggage has to fit into a thing? Do we have to have a body template that if your butt touches either side or your hips or your shoulders, then you have to buy a second seat?
I think you would have to do it the other way. You would have to say that if you would like to go by your total weight, then you can, and you get a discount. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, It's assumed that somebody is heavier with their total weight. So in other words, you could stand on a big scale. You know how you let's say you're checking a bag.
Yeah.
And then they weigh it. So why not just weigh the person if you volunteer to do that, to say, "Hey, I'm going to stand with my carry-on and if I'm checking a
like
bag.
a cattle scale?
And stand on, or like at the, when you take your dog to the veterinarian.
Yeah.
It's like that's, a big silver scale and you stand on it. So they're not knowing your weight. See, I wouldn't mind this because no woman wants to give up our weight or our age. Like guys all the time you'll go like, yeah, I'm 6'2" and 195 or whatever. You know what I mean? But women will never, women never discuss age or weight ever. Like, just so you know that. And so, but if I have my carry-on and my other bag, I don't mind because nobody knows.
So total weight. You're saying with your bags, you should stand on
there.
You should be based on total weight, not on bag weight and then individual weight.
Does that mean I can bring like a 500-pound bag, though?
But what I'm saying is it's not fair that, for example, if you have, let's say, an 8-year-old kid, right? And that's like a skinny kid or, you know what I mean? Or even my boys, as I say, they're tall, skinny kids. So, and we're charged extra. You have to pay extra to check a bag. So what I'm saying is, and I'm looking at people, I'm going, this is not fair. Because some of these, you know what I mean? Like me and my little carry-on I had to North Carolina with my bag and my pocketbook and even my Poochie pouch weigh less than some of these individuals, just individual, not to mention their bags. So it's
a great point.
And so why do I have to pay extra? I think it should be your total weight.
Total weight.
Total weight.
But see, there should be something for displacement too, Dawn. Because once you if you put yourself in the seat and you're leaking over to the seat on either side of you, now you're infringing on the comfort of the passenger next to you.
Right.
So maybe that's not weight, that's displacement too. See, this is why I think some of the plus size people have an argument to make, and Dan certainly has an argument to make, but his displacement is more
legs.
Vertical than anything.
But see, I think it would be kinder to just do it the other way. In other words, to make it cheaper for people who are, let's say, who can fit into smaller areas. Do you know what I'm saying? Give them a discount. Because then you're not
like fat credits, like carbon credits.
No, in other words, if you take up a smaller space, because everything is by weight on the airplane.
Yeah,
we know
you're using
that, right?
less fuel.
You're
costing you're costing the airline less if you're not as heavy.
And or if you're not going to travel with a ton of, in other words, pack light. Do you see what I'm saying? So you could incentivize people. You could even make it like a green climate change initiative. You could say, hey, you're costing less. You're doing clean energy basically by traveling light. Yeah, light travelers. So you get a light traveler's discount.
And sit them up in the front. Too.
I love this idea, Dawn. I'm 100% in.
It's like more positive.
Do you know what this is, guys?
What?
Woo!
That's for our 300th like on today's YouTube stream, youtube.com/@12th and WPHT. Mike, we have officially reached 300 likes.
There is no way.
100%. That means at one point today we're going to have to see you
doing a little twerky.
So if you weren't with us in the first hour, Mike revealed that back in high school, he was actually a cheerleader. And I'll put the words into his mouth. I think he was implying they might be a better cheerleader than what we're seeing here in the NFL now.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
So you're going to have to prove your chops, Mike.
I also remember the cheers for the math club. I can do those to this day. I can remember the math club. See, Dan, there's twerking on the show. I'm absolved of any requirement. That was a stunt.
You can use
buttocks.
that if you want there, Mike.
I can't. I can't even come close. I'd have to put pants on for that to be real. Have we really hit 300 likes?
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Woohoo.
500 watched and 300 likes. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Thank you. So before the dawn show, I will attempt. I have to call my chiropractor. So I will tell you, here, let me take this off. I wear a patch on my back because I'm 1,000 years old. This is the patch. Yeah, this is the patch.
Do you see this? Mike's trying medical excuses, Dawn, to get out of twerking tonight.
Please. I'm going to get a note from my chiropractor. I have to put my patch back on. It's a pain patch, people. It prevents me from living with excruciating pain.
To quote Road Warrior on YouTube, show dat a word, Mike.
They spell it with Z, right? A-Z-Z.
Yes.
Is that Road Warrior?
Yes.
Road Warrior, it's a little creepy. I'm just saying that is a little creepy.
Should have made it higher, Mike. We do got to get a break, guys.
Okay, we have to take a break. When we come back, do you know anybody who's using Ozempic or Mounjaro or any of those other drugs that make you dance in the streets as they are on the commercials? Do you know there's something called Ozempic teeth?
Huh?
Yeah, what? Ozempic teeth. And it's not just Ozempic, it's all the GLP-1s. So we'll talk about that. It's Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal, and we still have some more. We have a bonus cut sheet round coming up. We'll get to that. And somebody needs to explain to me what Fight Club is, because I don't understand it. So maybe Dawn or Phil. I think Dan and I are both confused about it.
Maybe Jim can explain it.
Yeah, maybe somebody can. It is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Let's talk about Kitchen Magic, though. With my friends at Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens and baths for more than 45 years right here in the USA. They're family-owned, second generation strong, and Kitchen Magic, they make everything. They manufacture their cabinets right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, and that means, of course, among other things, no tariffs, no middleman, just expert craftsmanship and unbeatable value. So this month, this August only, take advantage up to 30% off cabinets during their big summer savings event. Trust the name your neighbors have been trusting for decades. Kitchen Magic. You can call them or just visit kitchenmagic.com today. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-260-1679. 800-260-1679. Again, that's 800-260-1679.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for the Make This the Summer event. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe for only $349 a month for 36 months. Or check out a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited and lease for only $399 a month for 36 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You're constantly searching for extra energy boost. As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Now, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listener offer, you can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing an order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get your second bottle of energy-producing Rescue Orosine totally free.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is 8:56 on a Monday morning. Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal. It is back to school week, and Nick is celebrating. If you follow him on social media, you'll see how he's celebrating. Very excited about back to school week, but not for Nick, for his girls and the new house. I'm sure he's got a honey-do list a mile long. I'm here. Dawn is here, and I'm very thankful for that. Dan is joining us. Phil is here, of course. Phil's This Day in Music coming up at the end of the show. Whether or not there will be twerking, we'll talk about that. I'm putting
there will be.
Oh, okay. How many likes did we get? Because I have a bone to pick with Susie Cool, who's on social media stirring up support for this crazy idea.
We are now currently at 344. Coming up at
So
400. What happens at 400?
Dawn twerks. Dawn will kick off her show twerking.
She can't defend herself right now, Mike.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it. I'm a chicken. I absolutely put that out there. We also will give you an update. This evening, my nephew Riley Opelka playing in the U.S. Open. In the first round of the U.S. Open, he will be in primetime on ESPN. And so we all have to say our prayers that he wins this match. I won't be there, but there will be at least 10 Opelkas in the crowd screaming. So I'll be screaming from home.
10 too many.
Not Dan. You've never been to an Opelka family picnic. It's quite a good time. I mentioned the Ozempic teeth story. I want to wait till Dawn gets back. She'll be back in a few minutes. But we also have more cut sheet coming up. Dan, you had some really fun stuff. It's Dan's choice. Where are you taking me on the cut sheet right now?
I want to take you for a ride, Mike. How about that? Let's hit the road because, man, there are a lot of car stories regarding car chases, particularly one that broke. This one coming from the great state of Tennessee. A streamer is streaming live when he is pursued by the police. Let's take a watch. Hit that, Phil. I got the audio.
You're gonna kill us. You're gonna run into us. Please stop. Bro, we're not going nowhere. We're not making it. If you get on that interstate, we're gonna die. If you get on that interstate, we're gonna die. If you get on that interstate, we're gonna die. You're going to prison for sure. You're endangering people.
That voice you hear is a passenger in the car trying to get this guy to stop.
They're going to pivot over you here for sure. We're going to die on this interstate. We are going to die. We are going to die. Please stop.
All right, I'm throwing the Bravo Sierra flag, Dan. Yeah. I don't think this is real at all.
It is. It actually is. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. The video is real. But these guys set it up, and how do you know?
Oh, you think that they... Oh, okay, continue.
Do we ever see the cops? Do we see the cops pulling them over?
No, but there is a news report, and I'm sorry, I said this is out of Tennessee. It's out of Clark County, Mississippi.
Okay.
It was on CR 345, and the report was that the chase ended at CR 345, Clark County. 2 people taken into custody near County Road 345. Chase began as a traffic stop. Subject fled. Subject traveled south into Clark County. Clark County deputies and the MHP joined the chase and were able to box the subjects in. The subjects finally stopped the car, taken into custody by Meridian Police Department without incident.
The reason why I say if we don't see the cops eventually pulling the guy over, all we hear are the sirens. I could add sirens to any video that shows me. And the guy who's telling him, stop, there's no cursing.
Oh, there is. There's
cursing.
There is. Yeah. I'll turn up the cursing here. Here you go.
Man, Godspeed, chase. Fuck the police, because I know.
Oh, we missed one there, but we got it on the radio side. But.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. Can we preview this stuff before it goes on the air? That's the obligatory
great stuff. You missed one from time.
Yeah. See, I didn't hear the bleeps. That's what leads me to believe it was Bravo Sierra. Because if you're in that situation, Dan, if you're the passenger, you are filling the swear jar.
Yeah,
that seems to. But it's interesting. So, did that go viral?
It did. I went social, and you can see youtube.com/@12WPHT. We played the video. There's comments live as it happened and such. Just an absolutely nuts story. But not as crazy, I don't think, regarding car chases. Another story out of Los Angeles. Okay. Los Angeles police on a car chase. I guess because of safety situations, they eventually pull off if there's, something going. So it looks like police are pulled off a car chase, Los Angeles. The vagrant doesn't know it, but still needs gas in his stolen vehicle. Take a watch.
Southbound Long Beach now making another westbound turn here, finding another gas station. Might even be the same one. He must be low on gas. Driver stepping out of the vehicle.
What?
And he's going to drop it right here. He's going to get gas.
I love the commentary.
How'd he pay for it?
He doesn't. Spoiler alert.
So don't you have to swipe your card or tap it on the pump to get the pump to work?
Well, that's why there's a new rule that's controversial, to pay first, particularly in New Jersey.
This driver nervously getting gas after feeling some degree of relief here, although you can tell he's still very animated. He's got his shirt covering his face. Clearly aware of the helicopters, but pretty unaware of the fact that he's pretty much on his own down there. There's really nobody pursuing him anymore. All of the law enforcement has pulled off. LAPD has abandoned this pursuit. California Highway Patrol has sent their helicopter off to other assignments. So it looks like he is really just
Why doesn't he get the car detailed while he's there? This is crazy.
Maybe take a car wash, Yeah.
So he fills up the car. Does he actually get gas? And again, I didn't see him pay.
Yeah, so what I was saying, in New Jersey, you can, for a while there, you could go fill up before you paid, and there's actually now laws in the talks, and it's controversial for some reason that you pay before you pump.
Yeah, every time I get gas, I have to tap my card before the pump will even activate.
So the guy finally, he's putting his gas cap back on, but you can see he leaves.
Bad manners. He dropped the hose.
This is a wild scene here as he just drops the pump and continues on after a quick splash of gas. Now back on the run here, but there's nobody behind him as he continues to drive like a maniac through here. And now getting back onto Long Beach Boulevard. There's CHP now, just about one block behind him, with lights and sirens blaring.
Where were they
at the other side?
This is crazy.
Or he could pull the classic move. There he is. He's coming out the other side. No, that's not him.
Oh, they lost
underneath. He's out.
He bailed.
He's out. He pulled it. He bailed under the freeway, and the vehicle is rolling. Law enforcement pulling up here, spotting the lonely vehicle, the empty vehicle, and that suspect is on foot right behind them. You have to presume that he is now hiding underneath the 10 freeway. And that vehicle just rolled into a light pole, and the pursuit is over, and now it becomes a manhunt for that suspect, that driver who pulled maybe the smartest move of his night underneath the 10 freeway, just dumping the vehicle where he was out of sight from law enforcement, out of sight from the helicopters, and gosh, if he walks away from this, I tell you, this was a wild one, Mark.
Did we have any resolution? Did they find the guy, Dan?
No, I think he's still on the loose.
That's the craziest car chase ever.
Yeah.
Absolutely craziest. But
it's still a movie move to go under the overpass, dip out of the car, and get lost.
Well, once you leave the car and it's rolling, they have to try and stop the car for public safety. So if you don't have enough manpower to chase them down, I realize I gendered the officers by saying manpower. I apologize.
Look at you.
Yeah, I know.
And you would think, though, when the cops are completely off the case, right? When he's getting the gas, are they just watching him get gas? Because right when he gets back on the road, you see the lights again, and they pick up the chase like he's...
Well, if they had known, because there was about 2 or 3 minutes there, the guy was at the gas station, so they knew the location, and they had been called off the chase so they could start going to that location to push resources there. So probably that's what happened. But they had, according to the traffic reporter, who that was the voice you were hearing, the ABC traffic reporter out in L.A., they had pulled the police helicopter off the chase, and they had put this helicopter, only the traffic copter was reporting it. So I'm sure the cops saw it. The police dispatch said, no, he's at the corner of 5th and Vermouth there putting gas in his tank. And that's probably hopefully they caught him. What else do you have? I know we have Fight Club waiting in the wings. I still need to have it explained to me. But you have something else?
Still, I got one more before Fight Club. This one comes from the great Michael Pelka this morning. I hadn't seen this, but I am a big fan of his, that being Snoop Dogg or Snoop Lion or just Snoop. It was on the Dom Lucra show. Are you a fan of Dom? Do you know
I keep an eye on him. I have questions about the legitimacy of some of his posts, but this one caught my eye.
Yeah, so Snoop's on the show, and he just breaks in talking about his experience going to see a recent Disney film. Take a listen.
I took my grandson to see, what was the movie with Buzz Lightyear?
Toy Story?
Not that one, but
the new Buzz. The Lightyear. I think it's called Lightyear.
Yeah, Kiki Palmer is in that movie.
Okay.
She plays like the daughter. So we watching it, and the lady, which is Kiki's mama, they move on into the space years. They move down the line. They're like, man, she had a baby with a woman. Well, my grandson in the middle of the movie like, Papa Snoop, how she have a baby with a woman? She a woman. Oh, I didn't come in for this. I just came and watched the goddamn movie. Hey, man, watch the movie. They just said she had a baby. They both women. How did she have a baby? Shh. The movie ain't over with. So it's like, I'm scared to go to the movies now. Like, y'all throwing me in the middle of shit I don't have an answer for.
It's a great point he makes there, Mike.
Yeah, I love the honesty there, and that goes back to that axiom: 3 things that never lie to you: drunks, kids, children, and yoga pants. You'll never be lied to by any of those. So the kid sees this Buzz Lightyear movie and says, "Wait a minute, 2 women had a baby. How does that happen?" And Snoop goes, "Just watch the movie." And well, kids aren't going to stop. They want the answer. The best part about that clip for me, did you notice what Snoop Dogg's grandkids call him? Papa Snoop. That's his nickname. That's what you call your Papa Snoop. He's Papa Snoop. All right, somebody's got to explain this to me. What the heck is Fight Club, and what are the formatics on this?
Yeah, so Fight Club is a weekly or daily bit now that we've developed here on the Kayal and Company show, in which we all gather around and watch some great fights from the past day or whatever it is. It's a sponsored segment there, and I think it's just a way for us to, the way I see it there. It's hard to explain here. I think that Greg noticed that we've kind of moved away in the world of political correctness from highlighting some great fights and just gathering around and enjoying laughing and talking about them. And I guess that's the entire point of this segment. Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight. I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
That's the answer right there, Jimmy Kelly.
Yeah, I think Jim does have the true answer. So I'm going to make a detour here, and we haven't talked about this yet, so I'm going to go with, instead of the girl fight that we had queued up, which will be our fight tomorrow, I want to talk about something that's gone viral all over social media.
Okay.
And if you're a fan of the UFC, there's a guy by the name of Rampage Jackson, one of the all-time legends of the UFC. And his son, Raja, has become a very popular streamer on the service Kick, which is sports-based. But what he essentially does is he lives off the fame of his father and goes around and has fun on streams. Annoying, I know. But on a stream over the weekend, Raja was kind of messed with by a wrestler. And allegations are the wrestling promoter decided to say to Raja, this being Rampage's son, hey, why don't you get involved in this guy's match and you can have some fun with him. And usually in the world of wrestling, that means you slam him, you throw some fake punches, you give a hug after the match. Not this. And now this becomes a very big conversation as to whether or not this needs to be assault, Mike. So Raja hops in the ring and take a watch. Let me cue that up. Here you go. So Raja's just pulled into the ring, and you see him body slam a guy, and you see the guy's knocked out. So usually at this point, you would think you want to pull off. Takes way too many punches at this guy. Has to get pulled off. I hate to say it's a one-way fight, but it's newsworthy because it's Rampage Jackson's son.
Which one is Rampage Jackson's kid?
The one with the white T-shirt here. So going back, he's the one that does it. So then he speaks to the camera later and explains why he did this. Take a watch. Here you go.
Todd playing with me, bro. Real. One of them bit me. I'm tired of everybody playing with me and think I'm always playing and call me no. Bro.
So essentially what online saying is now this kid's a guy that they're making allegations that the father, very strict with him, kind of talks down to him a lot. He just snapped and went off on this wrestler. The guy Psycho Stu is in the hospital doing okay. But he was told he didn't get payback, and Rampage spoke out and said Raja was unexpectedly hit on the side of the head before the match. He was told that he can get his payback in the ring. I thought it was part of the show. It was bad judgment, a work that went wrong. The guy suffered a concussion. As a father, he's deeply concerned with the health and well-being of Mr. Smith. That being said, I'm very upset that any of this happened. My main concern now is Mr. Smith will make a speedy recovery. sad situation there, Mike, but pretty disgusting, and we'll see where this goes, whether this guy's charged with assault, but a lot of conversation in the wrestling world of a guy that just kind of snapped, and a lot of fingers pointed towards Rampage Jackson and his parenting style. And I guess this is where I'll end. Mike, I got to ask, how much does parenting play into a situation like this? Do you blame a parent? Because a lot is being levied towards Rampage Jackson today.
Well, the young Jackson, not the father, Rampage, is he not an adult?
He is. He's an adult. Yeah.
Okay. So parenting doesn't enter into this. You're an adult. You're responsible for your actions. I'm more surprised that wrestling actually has real violence in it. I always thought this was a show. I'm one of those people who marvels. Look, I love the Hulk Hogan era in wrestling. I love the Sergeant Slaughter, the Ultimate Warrior thing, and I always thought it was interesting. They hired writers. It's not really athletic. It's called World Wrestling Entertainment.
Writers that you knew personally because they were soap opera writers.
Yeah.
A lot of
They hired soap opera writers because this was a soap opera for grown-ups. It was never about actual violence. Yeah, there were accidents in the ring, but this looks like it was real violence. And that to me, I wonder, will there be any charges brought? Would it be the guy who's in the hospital with the concussions who has to bring the charges? Could that happen?
Yeah, it's still to come. The current reports is the guy's fine and recovering. So we'll see where it goes from here. I can only imagine, though, that the guy's going to face some charges because that was just an absolutely brutal attack that we saw there. But that's all we got for Fight Club today, Mike.
Well, when your father's name is Rampage, I think you have to expect that somewhere along the line you're going to appear in Fight Club. And do we consider this guy to be a Nepo baby?
Yeah.
Because I kind of feel like that's the thing. And will this hurt? Because Rampage was UFC, right? This was some kind of wrestling organization.
Yeah, Rampage was UFC. This is wrestling. This was supposed to be fake. He took it way too far and made it real. I'm getting trashed, though, for a bad Fight Club because it was one-sided. A lot of times they don't like one-sided fights. I pulled another one, also one-sided, though. We got a female here going up, running up, starting to fight, and throwing some punches. Going back and forth, a little bit of tussle and a body slam, Mike. But it's kind of a similar situation, but with two females instead. I think I went with the newsy one, though.
I think you made a good choice. I'm very uncomfortable with this. I know you're getting slammed. You people should slam me. I just think this is the worst of us. I think this is not showing the best of us. And it's this is just awful behavior.
It is. And me and Maisie, we were sitting there last night trying to find one. So please, help me out. Send it over. Clipsfordawn at gmail.com. CLIPSFORDAWN at gmail.com.
Why are you associating my name with this?
That's a good question, Dawn. I would like to know.
Segment. I did not create it.
Dawn, I think you and I are in agreement on this. I find this to be horrific. And why are people videotaping and not trying to stop these two women from beating the bejesus out of each other?
Well, that's what... Sorry, go ahead, Dawn.
No, that's the question. Somebody, rather than stand back and video this woman just pounding another woman, why not just try to stop it?
And that's where I was like... So with that one, same thoughts. But last night, me and Maisie, we were kind of searching through them.
Maisie and I.
Sorry, Maisie and I. Wait, no. Me was... Yeah, you're right. I always do that.
Never question the grammar,
Maisie and I were looking through some Fight Club videos, and there's so many of kids just battling it out in high school, and rather than, teachers breaking it up or other kids stopping things, they just whip out their phones and circle around it's a sad situation, really. And I feel social media. Maisie's like, why are so many of these fights teenagers? I feel social media really
and us, people like us, not me. By the
Somebody sent me a note that said that girl fight. That's an old piece of video.
Oh, good.
Oh, okay. Well,
so
the Rampage one's fresh. There you go.
Yeah. Well, again, when your father's name is Rampage. Can you have reasonable expectation of a violent-free life? I don't think so. Just saying.
Stop the violence.
I mean, is this segment in itself done? I don't know. A social commentary on the way society has really gone south with the way that fights are, and
you know what I would like. Can I make a suggestion for the remainder of my brief guest hosting tenure here? Can we make this pillow fight club, and we have scantily clad women hitting each other with pillows,
or scantily clad individuals.
Yes, but
fit, fabulous, scantily clad individuals. That's fine with me.
Women.
Or even clad. I don't even care. Anything.
I know I'm going to get a lot of heat for this on the YouTube chat, but really, Pillow Fight Club, people.
Yeah, I like that.
Think about it.
How about Animal Fight Club? You like that?
No, I don't like that.
No.
Because didn't we break up a cockfighting ring in the area last week?
Yes.
Language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roosters.
Cock boxing. Sorry.
Should I bleep that, Dawn?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's
cockfighting. It's not.
Is with
those aren't. I don't know
hands.
what not movies you're watching, Dan. These are foul. Poultry.
I've
Hands
gotten
that
word.
identify as roosters.
I have gotten word from the voice himself, Jim Kelly, that pillow fights equal ratings too.
There you go.
See,
See?
I bet you Pillow Fight Club would do better than Fight Club. I'm just throwing this out there.
I like it.
And we get to pick the, like, I would do Trump administration Pillow Fight Club. And the first fight would be the press secretary against the director of national intelligence. So it'd be Tulsi versus Caroline Leavitt.
Ooh. That
Now-
would get a lot of ratings.
Come on, that's Pillow Fight Club. And that should be the opener for the July 4th card at
we need
at the White
equality though.
House.
So Dawn, what's your opener then?
What's that?
I said we need equality though. So what's the opener then?
Equality?
Yeah, we're gonna like JD.
You get to
Vance
pick a
versus,
fight.
Well, first of all, Tulsi would, I think, kick JD's butt. I mean, Tulsi's pretty tough, right? She's pretty. I mean, Tulsi's definitely
Yeah.
the victor in a lot of these things.
Tulsi's a trained soldier.
Yeah,
yes.
that's my.
But have you seen Caroline in the gym?
This is true.
Don't you remember
This
that
is true.
video?
That's true. Caroline works out. She's very fit.
Yeah.
Played sports through college. So.
Yep.
By the way, where I was, the kind of crime that I'm against is people in your office who take your stuff
Whoa.
when you're off.
What happened?
So I brought a couple of zip ties, and
Uh-huh.
I'm zip tying my light to my desk.
Where is your light?
Now we have it. I have it.
How you doing?
I don't know if it looks a little better.
Because
but
I actually went in
we're
looking
working
to
on
borrow it and bring it back and put it there, but it
no,
wasn't there.
Somebody took it. So now I'm going to zip tie it. So if you hear a zzz, it's my zip ties.
Well, today's Fight Club, I think, is wrapped up. We will continue tomorrow, but I will probably object
Will we,
once
though?
again.
To zip
yeah,
ties?
Maybe. We'll see. We'll have a discussion. There might be Pillow Fight Club. We don't know. Next time we talk to the White House, we'll make that suggestion. Because, Lauren Boebert versus Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Ooh.
That could be it. Because Lauren Boebert's wiry, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is that, what did she call herself? The BB bitch body or something like that?
Yeah, but she is. I don't know. I'm going with Marjorie on that one. I think she's pretty. She's got that CrossFit body, that tight body. She's tough. Have
I
you
was
seen
just
her
having a
work out?
moment thinking about that. I was just Googling that right now to make sure I
CrossFit.
understood fully.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a tough workout.
Well, what about Marjorie Taylor Greene against Jazzy Crockett? Would that be a Pillow Fight Club?
I would like to see that. Because we would find out if any of those individuals wears, a wig or anything.
It is something we find out very often here on Kayal Fight Club is whether or not.
that is one thing I do endorse is the removal of the wigs. There is a
deal.
video. Dan, perhaps we can find it for later in the week for some of the fun sections of the cut sheet, which we have a fun section of the cut sheet coming up just around the corner. There's a guy who walks around with a leaf blower, and he sneaks up on women and blow their wigs off.
Oh.
That's hysterical.
It is brilliant. We
What
have
about
to find it.
guys? He should blow off the guys' hair pieces.
Yeah, but those are, have you seen those are snapped on? They implant little snaps on your head because you can see guys when they put them on, it goes, it's really creepy.
Cool.
Did you see Mamdani attempting to lift 135 pounds?
Oh
While we're on
my
the topic
God.
of fitness and such.
Can we put that in the fun version of the cut sheet? Because don't we have to take a break
I
here?
can show you.
This is how you move up in the pole. This is how you move up in the pole. Yeah.
72 days till the election, New York.
This is how you move up in the poles. Yeah.
Will he handle it well? Let's see.
135 pounds, is that what it is?
135 pounds, yep.
The bar is 45 pounds.
For some
so
reason,
there's-
set up in the middle of a street.
Well, it's like L.A.
Let's go. Yeah. Let me
The guy's doing all the lifting. Mom Donnie's not doing anything there.
No.
The spotter's doing all the lifting. Yeah, I think any of the Republican women can take him, to be quite honest.
Well,
all right, Marjorie Taylor. Go ahead, Dawn.
No, I mean, I think we're thinking the same thing. If you see the spotter, the trainer, that's right there symbolizes a socialist Democrat. Look at that.
Ooh, that's very good, Dawn.
I like that.
That is very good. That's excellent. Yeah, here's the guy who says, I'm the leader, but you're going to do all the lifting.
Yep. Yeah, look at that. I mean, he really did nothing and took all the credit. I mean, that's right there. That's a socialist Democrat for you. Unbelievable.
And he currently has a 20-point lead in New York over Cuomo as the next closest competitor.
And it's so embarrassing for the current mayor, Eric Adams. And the thing is, Eric Adams, what hurts him is that people feel that he's a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
So, good luck, New York.
Passing off bribes and bags of chips. What a guy he is.
And he wants to get rid of misdemeanors. Mom Donnie, misdemeanor Mom Donnie.
Riley Gaines going to social media to show up Mom Donnie. Take a watch as she does the 135 lift herself.
It's an unfortunate camera angle.
Oh, look. But nobody helping her lift. Just like a true,
Well, she's 145, not 135?
No, 135 she's doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does she even weigh 135 pounds?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I've met her.
But look at her. There you go. Yep, no spotter versus Mamdani, who needed the guy to lift it up. Yeah. We got a break, guys.
Okay. We do have a fun version of the cut sheet that involves Rosie O'Donnell, which is always fun for me. Plus, we talked about Ozempic teeth, and now that Dawn's back, we can talk about Ozempic teeth. Because I know, Dawn, you must know somebody who's using a GLP-1. Somebody?
I'm trying to think of who I know. I have to think about it during the
Anybody in the sales department? That's usually where it goes first.
Yes, that's true. Yep.
Okay. So we'll talk about that. If you want to join us, you can anytime. 855-839-1210. It's Opelka in for Kayal. Kayal and Company at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Free speech lives. Dom Giordano.
You wear running shorts? The really short ones?
No, they chafe.
Didn't you see Dom wearing running shorts?
They're very chafing.
What are you running then?
Jeans.
No.
Yeah.
You jog in jeans?
Sure.
What?
Yeah. Why not?
That's worse than the running shorts.
Why's that?
Jeans? If I were to go on a jog with this right now, I'd be chafed. Oh my gosh.
Not any chafing with the jeans.
People look at my legs and be like, what happened to you? And I'd be like, I went jogging in jeans.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Pillow Fight Club. Everybody loves a good pillow fight, and pillow fights equal ratings too.
I think he's right. I think Jimmy Kelly's right. We just kind of stumbled into that. It's Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal. Kayal and Company. I know some of you really love the Fight Club thing, and I know I'm a guest host here. I'm not supposed to rearrange the furniture in someone else's house. I just felt uncomfortable with those two women beating the snot out of each other. Just felt really kind of weird to me. But so we thought about Pillow Fight Club. And then some of you in the vast and unpaid resource department that have been populating the YouTube chat feed with some great suggestions, including Mayor Pete versus Dr. Rachel Levine.
Who do you got?
I think that's a draw. I think, and would Mayor Pete's significant other be in the corner, like as his coach, as his second? I don't know. That'd be kind of interesting to see. But should we do Pillow Fight Club tomorrow versus Fight Club tomorrow? Maybe we get a poll on that. Is it capable of putting a poll in? I know we're under a half an hour left before the Dawn show.
Yeah, Phil, put it up there on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Do you want to see Fight Club or Pillow Fight Club? Is that how you want it worded, Mike?
Yeah, Pillow Fight Club or Fight Club tomorrow. What do you want us to do? You make the call. Anybody remembers that old commercial? We have a couple more cut sheet items to get to that are a little more fun. Of course, Phil Umquist, This Day in Music, is an absolute stone gas today. I got a preview from Phil earlier, so you have to stick around for that. And the Dawn Show, which Dawn will give us a sneak preview. Yes. But I mentioned this Ozempic teeth thing. And it's not just Ozempic, but dentists are now warning that these GLP-1 drugs have a side effect they didn't know about. And it's being called Ozempic teeth. We've heard of Ozempic face. Have you heard of Ozempic face, Dawn?
Yes, we've heard of this.
It's kind of scary. And there are a lot of people. Sharon Osbourne, I think, is the one person whose name comes to mind when I think of Ozempic face, because she really changed her whole profile. And not that she's a stranger to plastic surgeons.
Right.
But that's kind of scary. And I understand, I haven't confirmed this myself, that Serena Williams used some form of these GLPs to lose some weight. And she's always been kind of a bigger player. I never saw her as being like fat or anything.
Right, she's so athletic and muscular.
Yeah, that's what I saw her as, muscular. But apparently she's done this. But I wonder if she's worried about Ozempic teeth. Have you heard anything about Ozempic teeth?
I mean, I've seen that there were some medical warnings about it. What I would say is this, that it has more to do with people losing weight too quickly. Whether it's, no matter what the medication, even if somebody has that, what's it called, that bariatric where they go in for like the Al Roker, the surgery that they do.
Yeah, the bypass kind of thing.
No matter what, if a person is losing weight too rapidly and they're not getting all the nutrients they need, then yeah, you risk. I mean, your teeth are probably the least of your worries, because the teeth, skin, those are the things you can see readily. But your internal organs, you're eating away bone because your body goes into survival mode. So I think that no matter what, if somebody's taking a powerful medication of any sort like that, they should be under the care of a physician. And I think the problem here is apparently some people can get this like on a secondary market, and so they're not under the care of a doctor. And I think that's the problem. Yeah,
I don't think we should be buying street Ozempic. No. I think that's a really bad idea. I got it from a guy in the on the corner in his trunk of his car. He's selling the Ozempic.
Like, yo,
he had it in a cooler, so I know it was kept cold. The reality here is that when you start losing the weight, you don't drink as much water. They say you're not as thirsty. And that's a problem, because if you drink less water, you feel less thirsty. And the consumption of fluids is what helps keep cavities from forming, and it keeps gum disease away. So that's one of the problems. But the other one is acid reflux, which causes the harm to the tooth enamel. So it's not like meth mouth, where you see the people get the little chiclet teeth when they're smoking meth all the time. But this has increased tooth sensitivity, dry mouth, visible enamel erosion, and gum irritation and receding gum. So it's doing remarkable things for a lot of people, but I just think we need to be advised that Ozempic mouth, not just restricted to Ozempic, but any of these GLP-1s have other side effects. So you got to drink more water.
Over on YouTube, Chris submitting for the Pillow Fight Club. Rosie O'Donnell versus Ellen DeGeneres. The loser needs to move back to the U.S. into Trump Tower.
Ooh, into Trump Tower. I was going to say, if loser moves back, who loses? We lose. That's bad. That's an interesting fight. So, bringing up Rosie O'Donnell, should we go to Fight Club? Should we go to the cut sheet fun part here, Dan?
Yeah, let's do it. Here you go. Well. Oh, they took it out. Okay. What's on the cut sheet part 2? What is this?
Nipples pierced, not tattoo.
Okay, that's definitely not my intro. That's Joe Sibilia singing a song in our system from somewhere else.
Wow.
That's a callback.
Oh. All right. So
boy, that's weird. That's
real. Like, what is going on here? It says on my screen, cut sheet part 2 intro. Okay.
Joe Sibilius. Wow.
The love God.
Singing about Cuomo. Okay, yeah, so back to cut sheet. Speaking about Cuomo, which is ironic because he's the one interviewing, but the brother, Chris, is here interviewing, not Andrew. Rosie O'Donnell makes another appearance. Take a watch.
First go round, it was very difficult, and I got myself into some bad places. You know, I was very, very depressed. I was overeating. I was over drinking.
No.
I was, I was so depressed, Chris. I can't, it hurt my heart that America believed the lies about him. And then it broke my heart to be in a business that creates and sells those lies for profit. It was very heavy, to tell you the truth.
Blaming her depression on President Trump, Mike, your thoughts?
So Rosie O'Donnell drank too much and ate too much because Donald Trump got elected president.
Sure.
Let's see, when was Rosie O'Donnell first overweight?
High school?
Yeah, I would say, was Donald Trump president in high school, Dawn?
I think he was probably starring in The Apprentice or building skyscrapers or something.
I think he was still married to Ivana when Rosie O'Donnell was in high school out on Long Island. So,
well said.
Rosie, don't blame her. I do give Rosie props. She is the only real celebrity who left the country because Trump got elected. She promised she would. Ellen and her other half, I think, left because of Diddy worries. And the other one who left, she did not want to be around when the Diddy thing went down. Because she was on, Ellen is on the videotape invitation to Puffy's 40th birthday that I have. She's one of the first people, and she's holding a pineapple, and we know what that means.
Welcoming.
Is it upside down?
Welcoming certain people, Dawn. Are there any pineapple flags in your neighborhood, Dawn?
Nope.
A lot of those in Florida. Don't know why. No, I do know why.
I think at the Villages, there may be a lot of pineapple tattoos out there, but yeah. So Rosie, you have more fun.
Yeah. So Rosie won't ever fall victim, I don't think. Well, I knock on wood. I don't want her to say she's going to fall victim to any crime, but I don't think anyone's going to, pull this off to Rosie O'Donnell. This is out of New York. Take a watch.
Many people have come to me saying that they recognize the guy.
It felt like anywhere I moved, he kept following me. So I recorded just in case he was trying to say anything or do anything to me. But I definitely didn't expect him to do this. Like, what the actual...
Pretending to be, like, crouching down by a bookshelf and then coming behind me and smelling me. And he does the same thing to another girl in the video as well.
I was so freaked out when I turned around and saw him literally under me, so freaking close to me.
At least his name is out there, his face is out there, so people can be aware and cautious.
That name is Khalees Crowder, 38-year-old, and he's a repeat offender, a serial butt sniffer is how he's defined by the New York Post. At it again, he's now being held on a $100,000 bail. He was just in a $100,000 bail, and he's just been alleged to sniff some butts again there.
Ew.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's a misdemeanor. Mom Donnie would say this guy let him free.
Did this happen in New York?
Yeah.
Yeah, at Walgreens at Burbank. Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah.
Or Burbank.
Wait, no, maybe it's...
Is it L.A.?
Yeah, now I'm curious. I should know.
Are there not enough people who would allow you to do this? I'm just saying.
No, I mean, for free?
Yeah, I mean, well, there was a woman online last week, and I offered the clip to Zioli, who sold, who had a little gas problem, and someone offered her $500 if she would fart into a jar and send it to him.
Oh my gosh! To Dawn's point,
she did so.
To Dawn's point, this actually did take place in California, which just emphasizes even further how ridiculous it is that this guy keeps getting out there, Dawn.
Well, he can come to New York and do it all he wants, and as Dawn said, it'll be no misdemeanors, no more crime.
Yeah.
Sniff all you want. We'll make more.
That's just disgusting.
At
what point in your life do you think this is okay?
I think there's a point in your life that kind of crosses over with our next guest, that being a lib over on TikTok. And guys, this is, I know we often bring in libs of TikTok and such, but this one's particularly egregious just by looks alone. YouTube.com/@12thwpht. Take a listen.
People shouldn't have to work to prove their value to you. In fact, people shouldn't have to work. People should want to work, and I want to work, and I do work. But it's like, no amount of working is ever going to be enough to prove that I'm not disabled, and no amount of work is going to make me not disabled. You know, it's like I can do so much.
Yeah. A world where a younger generation doesn't want to work. Is that actually something that you guys think is boiling out there, or is this just rage bait at this point that they're putting this out there to try to spur up some, online controversy?
Mental illness are the two words that Dawn used earlier. And I think that fits here. I feel really sad because what are these people going to do? I know she probably has $200,000 in college debt, but she has a PhD in one-legged Native American lesbian folk dancing. So there's that. It really is sad, though.
Yeah.
Where is this woman going to end up?
Yeah.
And it's just sad. Like, I see so many people in my generation and younger that have kind of really just let the internet, I guess, take over their entire personality and prioritize laziness, I guess, over being part of society. It's sad. Very sad.
I think the root cause of this was in the indoctrination factories of some of the public schools. We probably don't have time to play that clip from the Virginia school district, the mother who held up her child, and we should save it for tomorrow because I do think it's a strong indication that our parents are standing up and going, no, we're not going to put our kids in these factories, these indoctrination factories any longer. And it goes back to 2 election cycles ago. Bucks County was ground zero for the groundswell of parents standing up and saying we're going to end the wokeness. And a lot of people thought that fight was over, but that fight has to be continued. It's not done yet.
Amen.
They're revitalized. So Bucks County, Fairfax County, Virginia, every school district is now a battleground. And just because we had 1 or 2 victories, we can't rest.
We have a minute or so here if you do want to play that. You want to play a part of that? Or you want to save it for tomorrow?
Yeah, if you have that clip of that mama.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Weichbrot. I'm a mom of 2 in Fairfax County. This is my oldest. And my husband and I have a difficult decision to make this fall as he is approaching preschool age, and we are faced with the decision of whether or not we are going to put our child in public school system where Fairfax County has decided to move forward with instituting gender studies in elementary school. Despite having done a study group, a focus group in the community to see if parents even wanted this. And when parents said no, the board voted 16-0 and said we're moving forward anyways. This shows clearly that they see parents not as partners, but as an obstacle for their agenda. And I have a really hard time looking at him and going, here, I'm just going to give you over to people who do not want to partner with me in how you're going to be raised.
Good for her.
Yeah, that's a hero right there. We need more of that. And we have to take a break. I can't believe it's time for us to almost get out of here and make room for the Dawn Show. Dawn, we tease this now or tease this after the break?
After the break. And have
No,
to
that's
fill
wrong,
out
Dawn.
this.
You've been teasing all morning. We'll
Yes,
talk
I've been
about that
teasing.
during the break.
Tease.
It's 9:47. Michael Pelkett for Nick Kayal. Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Phil's next.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our Heart Rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Make the most of seasonal sales and spending when you use your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard. Electronics, home goods, kitchen gadgets, and more. You'll earn cash back with every purchase. Earn 3% on essentials like gas, groceries, improvement stores, and pharmacies. 2% on travel, hotels, and dining. And 1% on everything else you purchase. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
It is 9:51 on a Monday morning. Michael Pelka in for Nick Kayal. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on Kayal and Company. And we're minutes away from the Dawn Show, which will feature the president's executive orders today. We'll get that tip from Dawn. But right now, one of my favorite parts of the show every day, Phil Almquist and This Day in Music History.
Today, August 25th, we celebrate the birthdays of Gene Simmons from Kiss,
Rob Halford from Judas Priest, Vivian Campbell from Def Leppard, Jeff Downs from Yes and Asia, as well as Elvis Costello. Signature the Zoo by the Scorpions in 80. Album that could Graceland by Paul Simon in 86. Boston's debut in 76. Permanent Vacation by Aerosmith in 87. Born to Run by Springsteen in 78. And Justice for All by Metallica in 88. Also in 79, The Knack was topped the singles chart. In 2006, Aerosmith's Tom Hamilton missed his first show in 24 years after being diagnosed with throat cancer. In 94, Billy Joel finalized his divorce with Christy Brinkley. In 70, Elton John played his first show in the U.S. In 77, the Pretenders made their live debut. In 70, Emerson, Lake and Palmer played their first show. And in 2011, Keith Richards' autobiography crossed the 1 million sales mark. By the way, the best rock autobiography I've ever read. But lastly, in 87, Motley Crue's Vince Neil suffered a mustard-related injury when he angrily broke a jar of Goldens before a show. He wanted Frenchies. For Taylor Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
A mustard-related accident.
Yes.
Who knew?
Who knew? I did. That's why I bring it.
Thank you. You do bring it every single day, Phil. Thank you. Thank you for all the hustle. I don't have Nick's soundboard, so I'm sorry I can't do it. Just around the corner, big news coming up, I'm sure, out of the White House today with the president calling the press into the Oval Office early. And the person who will know is Dawn Stenslin. Dawn, what's coming up on the Dawn Show?
Yeah, we have a lot. So Beth Ann Rossica will be along. We'll talk about back to school and what that means for everybody. Give you all of the updates and the SEPTA, cuts and the budget cuts or lack of a budget, I should say. President Trump is fully expected to sign these executive orders this morning, cracking down on suspects who fill in the blank. So he's cracking down on criminals, cracking down on the pathway that just puts convicted criminals and repeat serial criminals back out on the streets. So we'll talk about crime in America. That's the focus, making America safe again. And I expect that we will hear from President Trump right off the top, right at 10 o'clock. But Beth Ann Rossica, 10:15. We have an incredible lineup. Stay right there. There's so much breaking, so much happening. What's going to happen to the so-called Maryland dad? Will he be deported? And if so, to which country? We'll have it all coming up on the Dawn Show.
Can we wager on which country that he might get sent to? I wonder if the poly-market people are allowing betting on that. That would be
probably.
I'm thinking he's Uganda bound. Definitely Uganda bound. I will see. It's been an absolute stone.
Mike, before you go,
yeah?
Pillow Fight Club 52% over 48% of normal Fight Club for tomorrow. So.
Woo!
Yeah.
Wow. And we did get over 400 likes on the YouTube channel, Dawn, so we're going to have to do a joint twerk. But may I suggest we do it Wednesday when we're in the same building?
Not happening.
Joint twerk.
But we can do a joint something.
Ooh.
You've piqued my interest.
Even Phil's interest over there. That was Phil's voice popping in there.
I got a lot of interest there. My rent went up on that moment. Don't forget tonight, the U.S. Open, Riley Opelka facing off in primetime against Carlos Alcaraz. Alcaraz is obviously the favorite, but my nephew has beaten 3 top 10 players this year already, including Novak Djokovic. So I believe the young serve-bot can get it done.
Woo!
So
good luck, brother.
Root for America. Thank you all. It's Opelka turning it over to Dawn. Till next time, testudo, my friends. Testudo.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from